going on, everybody? Today we are talking about Phil Spector, and I don't know if you guys know anything about this guy, but if you look at it and say complete genius and psychopath at the same time, this is your guy, and we're going to talk about it right now.
It's high noon. It's high noon.
Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, then you hit your teens. Life ain't really what it seems, try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooter's gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I fall, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah. I used to feel like a rock, invincible, that everything's impossible. Give me hope, give me strength, give me something, anything that I could believe in. I recall the day I woke up.
Today. So it is definitely safe to say that it was an absolute psychopath and a genius at the same time.
Yep. Sometimes I'm jealous of people like that. I wish I was crazier so I could be smarter. But yeah. He's a icon.
Yeah, I don't know who that person in the chat is, so they're getting the old boot.
I think it was a bot.
Possibly. So yeah, so this is one of those streams that we're gonna go deep dive into this gentleman's career. And what was odd is there wasn't a whole lot about his childhood. So I found a little bit, but there wasn't really any videos. There was nothing really talking about anything before, his early 20s when he started managing and producing music.
Yeah, the only thing I saw when I was doing my research is that he was bullied a lot as a child, mostly due to he was like a little guy, little 5'4", 5'5", little weighty.
I was gonna say he did seem like he was a little guy.
So that was my overarching thought while watching a lot of the things that I'm sure we're going to talk about, is that he had a bit of a Napoleon complex.
Okay.
He's trying to overcompensate for being a wee man.
Yeah, so he's acting. He's 5 foot, but he's acting like he's 7 foot tall.
Right,
yeah, for sure.
Right. He thinks he's big and bad like Alan Ladd, but he's small and puny like Mickey Rooney.
Where did you get that from?
I don't know. My girlfriend, when I was 15, it just popped back in my head.
That's great.
I had my moments.
That is pretty awesome. Okay, so what I'm going to do is the first thing that I'm going to pull up here is I'm going to switch us to a different screen, and I'm going to pull up the first thing. And this is kind of like a document that we're going to go through real quick. Let's see here. Where is it? Okay, right here. Okay, so I'm gonna make this a little bigger so that the viewers at home can kind of see what we're talking about. It's gonna be a little difficult, but okay. So the first thing it's talking about is Phil Spector. Now, Phil Spector is known for what he always called the wall of sound, and the technical term for it is a thick layer of instruments, drums, guitars, bass, and horn section. And the space, and I've got a little video that kind of gives you an idea of what it kind of looks like, so you can kind of see what we're talking about here. Mm-hmm. And he created this just based off of what he liked as far as sound. He liked a nice full sound with a lot of production. On your end of things, being a musician, like, what do you think about the wall of sound?
Honestly, it's iconic, and it's very rare to have a producer that if you listen to a song, you know who produced it automatically. That's sort of interesting and good for him, but I think it's a bit much on the reverb, just for me. At least for his more modern work, when he worked with John Lennon, George Harrison, and the Beatles, I think he kind of screwed things up. But it was appropriate for the Ronnie and the Ronettes, back in the earlier mid-'60s. So okay. It's just a lot of, it almost sounds like his acts are performing in a giant hall. That's what I get out of lots of reverb, delay, like sounds bouncing all over the place. It's innovative, for sure.
And if you ever have an opportunity to go to Motown in Detroit, go to the museum and everything, mm-hmm. and part of the thing that they have you go to is they walk you through this museum, and you see all their costumes and everything. And then they walk over, and there is a square that's probably about 2 or 3 foot by 2 or 3 foot. And they're just like, they just kind of point at it. And it's like, okay, that's how they got the Motown sound, is they would sing through the square in the ceiling. And it gave sort of like this hollow sound. Huh. And I think Phil Spector liked that sound, and he sort of created his own version of that.
That makes sense. His sound is sort of Motown adjacent. It's almost like a derivative of the original Motown sound, so that makes sense.
So it says Spector raised pop production, ambience, and production of overdubbing scores of musicians to create massive roars. Which, those songs that I played, the very brief amount of songs, there's just a lot of noise going on. Mm-hmm. So they're great songs, and I love every one of them.
Sure.
But they are very noisy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so then Phil Spector greatest hits. Now, as far as I know, he the first artist that he worked with was called the Teddy Bears.
I believe he played guitar for them. I think he was in the band.
How he was in the actual band?
I think so. Yeah,
I just pictured.
because he played guitar.
Says after the Teddy Bears broke up, Spector enrolled into UCLA. He also worked part-time as a court stenographer. That's interesting.
It's
He
ironic.
later dropped out and then moved back to New York, where he was. He hoped to become at the UN interpreter in French. That's kind of odd, isn't it? It's very specific. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, it was weird.
I want to be the master of the second level of the documentation. You know what I mean? Like, it's very
Right.
specific. Like, that's kind of. However, he soon returned to LA when he decided to become involved again in the record business. He became acquainted with Jerry Leiber, Mike Stroller, a part of songwriters and producers who were very successful by 1958 with the Robin and Coasters, and written many songs recorded by top rock and roll acts. A quick learner, Spector decided to record a song he had written. The results were To Know Is to Love Him by the Teddy Bears, a group made by Spector and two friends. To Know He Loved Him became a #1 bestseller in the fall of 1958. I'm not familiar with that song. I don't think I've ever heard of it.
Oh, sure you have. You just don't know you have. I'm sure if you listened to 3 seconds of it, you would.
Oh,
recognize it.
okay. It's one of those ones where it's
It's one of
you
those,
know the
yep.
song, but you don't know the artists.
Mhm. Yeah, I didn't even know it was done by the Teddy Bears until this morning but I know the song for sure.
Now, how does it go? Just give me a couple little.
Oh boy, it's a little early for that, but
Oh,
let's see.
okay.
To know him is to love him.
Okay.
Never heard that?
Yes.
Oh, well, I'm glad I sang it well enough that you could
Yeah.
recognize it. How
I mean,
about
it's
that?
not on my playlist, but I've definitely heard it.
Yeah.
So the Spector decided that likely the production more the performance part of the business. In fact, his stage fright was a great that he became physically ill because of the Teddy Bear shows. Wow, he had stage fright. Interesting. Spector then approached independent record labels Lester Sill and Lee Hazelwood and persuaded them to teach him the business. Sill was a successful record promoter, producer, label owner who is currently working with Dwayne Eddy. Spector moved into Sill's home, sharing a room with his son. That's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
But I mean, back then it was a different time, so
Weird.
Yeah, in 2025 standards, that's a little weird.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to vet the person if somebody wanted to rent a room out of my house, I would still have to vet the person, and I wouldn't have people shack up with each other.
No, they'd be sleeping on the couch in the living
Yeah.
room, not in my 6-year-old's bedroom.
That's because and I understand in 2025 you're worried about lawsuits and getting sued, so I
True.
completely understand that.
Mhm.
What's up, the girl?
Hey, Crow.
Yeah, the songs are iconic, but it's one of those things where we've always talked about in many shows where I'm a firm believer that what makes somebody a weirdo also makes them good at what they do.
I agree. A lot of the
But then
great
you have to
artists.
worry about the actions of said weirdo.
Yeah, I mean, almost all of the great artists are either mental cases or drug addicts.
Yeah,
But it does something to your creativity, I guess, that normal people like us can't really tap into.
yeah, that's true.
Maybe I need to do drugs. What do you think, Derek? Now that I think about it,
I'm a freaking weirdo without the drugs, so
that's true.
even though I freak people out when because I have side effects of stuff that happened when I was a kid,
Hmm.
and my short-term memory is not that great, and I have really bad dyslexia, and they found that out when I was younger, and they were hoping I was going to grow out of it, and I never did. So I'll look at something and it's like, huh?
And
What the hell is
why?
that? And it's well documented that I'm not a good speller.
I can attest to that, but hey, everybody's.
Well, okay, so if I write something, I have to sit there and be like, Da, da, da. Okay, this and that. And then it may still not be great.
Mhm. I got you.
So his initial recordings, followed by the founders and sets by the Teddy Bears, keep it simple, keep it catchy. His first session outside of his own circle was Greg Connor's, on which he virtually nothing to known today. Next was Kel Osborne, who also remained obscure. Because that's the three of them. Yeah, he's a little guy.
Mm-hmm.
It was a time in the 1960s that Sill and Hazelwood sent Spector to New York. They just sent him? You go to New York, punk.
Right.
I think it's, honestly, I wouldn't say it's in the DNA, but it's sort of like, because of their creativity, it also makes them a little odd.
I think there's a small amount of built-in narcissism with anybody who's a creator as well, because they think that their stuff is good enough to share with everybody. So, you know what I mean? So I think that's...
Yeah, but you also have to understand that, like, what you put out there, not everybody's going to like.
Mhm.
Now, it ticks me off if somebody wants to troll. That's a different story.
Mhm.
I'm talking about if they legitimately watch it and it's just not their cup of tea, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But if you're being a dick just to be a dick, then that's a different story. You know what I mean?
I do.
Okay, I've got you, Scorpio. I see you. Let me see. Okay, I just look out for an email, Scorpio. I just sent you for a mod for a wrench. Okay, because I could only do it from YouTube. So the other day when you were talking about it, I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right, Scorpio. Now remember, with great power comes great responsibility. So
Yeah, just let people conversate unless it's a troll. Like we had somebody earlier, it looked like it was a bot.
Mhm.
So yeah, get rid of them. I have no idea. Lifelong Bath Hauser. Yeah, it was weird. It was a kick bot. Yeah, they send you an email saying, here's the responsibilities of being a moderator, as far as I know.
I never got an email where I'm a wrench. I'm a wrench.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because there's like a thing in the back end where you can just list the person. But when I put Scorpio's name in, it didn't come up. With you, when I put Julio Scorpio or Julio Scissors, it came right up.
Oh.
So, I don't know. It's one of those things.
I've never used the wrench powers. Oh, it's good if you want to share a link.
Yeah, it's good
That's
for
where it's-
sharing a link. Yeah, totally. Oh, it's a pop-up on the screen. Oh, okay. Good to know. Good to know. Okay, let me pull up that stuff again. Okay. In October, he worked with Leiber and co-written and produced Spanish Harlem, a massive hit for B.E. King, or Ben E. King.
Huge hit.
Yeah, that was huge. In the next few months, I know I've heard the song, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. In the next few months, he worked with Johnny Nash. Next were the Paris Sisters with Be My Boy, which spent 5 weeks on the upper top 100.
That one I don't know.
I have a little video that is part of my little group of videos that's got just him talking to them real quick.
Oh, okay.
So we'll check that out. There's a couple of videos that are kind of long, but a lot of them are kind of short.
Mhm.
So by the time he also was a freelance producer and A&R for Atlantic Records, as well as an independent producer, he produced Gene Pitney's Every Breath I Take, Curtis Lee's Pretty Little Angel Eyes, Pretty Little Angel Eyes. I know that song. Angel Eyes, I really love you. Oh.
Beautiful.
Pair Sisters, I Love How You Love Me. In 1961, Spector returned to New York with Lester Sill, formed Phillies Records. The first group that he recorded was the Crystals, that he later, in 1962, There's No Other Like My Baby. We heard that at the beginning of the show. Followed by Uptown. Next came He Hit Me, and It Felt Like a Kiss, which was banned in some markets.
I love that title.
Yeah.
Jesus.
He hit me and it felt like a kiss. So is that like is that like, okay, I'm gonna be a psychopath, so I made this song?
It's just an odd title. I mean, with a song about getting hit by a left hook, and it felt wonderful.
It was so awesome. It was stunning and brave. Spector was a millionaire at the age of 21 years old. Holy
Amazing.
crap.
Yep.
So if somebody becomes a millionaire that early, and we know that he was a weirdo, but is there any grace with him being that young and having that much money, especially in the 60s? Or is he automatically going to be like, yeah, he's a weirdo no matter what?
I think he's a weirdo no matter what. Plus, 21 in the 60s is different than 21 today. 21, you were actually like expected to be an adult back then.
Okay.
So I think being successful at that age back then was maybe not as jarring as it is now.
And do you think that some of the artists didn't take him serious because of how young he was?
I think some of the artists didn't take him serious because of how short he was.
Like,
There's a story.
You're a wee bit a little guy.
Yeah, he would we'll get into his gunplay later, but there's a small story where if he was working with somebody in the studio and they were taller than him and had to look down talking to him, it would piss him off.
Oh, okay. I
I'm
mean,
like, dude's taller than you. What's he gonna do? What do you want him to do? Crouch?
Somebody stand right next to you, like, "What's up, shorty?"
Like
I did. I messing around. I would do that to my dad, and my dad's like, "I don't give a shit how tall you are. I'm taking a knee out."
Should have kicked you in the balls. Apparently, that's a family tradition. Yeah,
doesn't matter how tall you are. We're the same height when you're like rolling around on the ground.
All right. Ain't so tall now, bitch, huh?
Okay, so at 21 years old, he became a record, he now became recording West Coast, where he developed the wall of sound in earnest, using session men as guitarist Glenn Campbell, Sonny Bono, Barney Kessel, and pianist Leon Russell, and the drummer Hal Blaine. Within 3 years, Spector had 20 consecutive hits. That's crazy.
Yep.
Including the Crystals' "Do Da Do Ron Ron." See, I'm not singing. I'm trying to think of the beat, and it's in my head, and I can't get it out.
Met her at a party, and my heart stood still. Do run, do run.
I always thought it was "Do Run Run." They have "Do Run Run."
He hit me with a left hook, and his name was Phil.
Do run, run. Okay.
I think all his songs should have included well, never mind. Violence against women. Like the "He hit me," felt like a kiss. He could just snuck a line in every song.
Then he'll kiss me, and then he'll kiss me. He's sure the boy I love. The Ronettes be my baby. Baby, I love you. The best part of one. Breaking up, and then walking in the rain. Darlene's love. Today I met, and the boy I'm going to marry. Wait until my Bobby gets home. And Bobby B's socks and the blue jeans. Zippity doo dah.
Not familiar with that one. I know it from the Disney
my,
film.
oh my, what a wonderful day.
Mr. Bluebird's on my
and
yep.
And yeah, some of the popular Christmas songs that we listen to during Christmas time, Phil Spector produced those, which is interesting.
He had a hell of a run.
He had a heck of a run. In 1963, Spector made Christmas album with Darlene Love, Christmas, Baby Please Come Home, and the Crystal Santa Claus is coming to town. In 1964, Tom Wolfe profiled Spector, dubbing him the first tycoon of teen. So, and one of the videos is going to touch on that, where he just had for how young he was, he had some way of tapping into what the teenagers actually like to hear.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it was because of his age or what, but he had that touch where everything that he produced, they loved. So it's like the sound they were just eating up, and he just kept feeding it to them.
Yep, he was King Midas for a while. Everything he touched turned to gold.
Phil Spector and the Philly Records continued to have hits. 1964, with the year of the British invasion. By the time Spector became obsessed with Ronnie Bennett, and by 1965, Ronettes singles were not being credited to the Ronettes, featuring Veronica Bennett. He even started Phil Spector Records, which only used Veronica's single. By the time he could not stand up in the British onslaught, he started Annette Records, named for his wife, and discovered Cher,
Who knew?
calling her Bonnie Jo Mason on her first Annette single, which we had talked about, was it yesterday or 2 days ago when we were streaming, that I swear the Cher was in the background dancing in that song.
Yeah, it's a good point. Well, there you go.
Because
Right.
he was working with Sonny. Sonny was a musician of his. Like
Who
a
knew?
house musician?
Yeah, I didn't even know Sonny Bono played guitar.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
He's another one that was a complete freaking weirdo, but talented as all hell.
Short as well. I think we're seeing a pattern here.
So yeah, the Righteous Brothers, You Lost That Love and Feeling, which we played at the beginning of the show, got him through 1965. Absolute classic. As Righteous Brothers' popularity waned, he took a genre to Ike and Tina Turner's Review, pairing them with The Wall of Sound, River Deep, Mountain High. That was a glimpse into the future of rock and roll instead of Miserable Failure. There's the little guy right there.
Oh yeah, look at him, little Phil.
Well,
So
see,
cute.
there's other guys that are little like him. The guy on the right's just as small as he is.
Well, no, I mean he's probably standing on a box in that picture.
Nobody puts Phil in the corner. Devastated, Spector turned his back on the music industry and became a virtual recluse. 1968, he married Ronnie Bennett and made a brief attempt to produce another label. 1969 was Sonny Charles and the Checkmates. Love Is All I Have to Give, Black Pearl, and a remake of Proud Mary. '70s, Spector became increasingly reclusive. The more probable and significant reasons with his withdrawal was that in 1974 he was seriously injured when he was thrown through a windshield of a car at a crash in Hollywood, where Spector was almost killed. I mean, that has a lot to do with it.
Okay, that may have had. Yeah, see, this I didn't know, and it says he. Well, I'll let you go ahead and read it, but
It was almost because he attended a police officer's detector, failed the pulse that Spector was not declared dead on the scene. He was admitted to a UCLA medical center on the night of March 31st, suffering serious head injuries that required several hours of surgery, which over 300 stitches. Damn. Wow. To his face and more 400 to his back of his head too. Oh wow, that's a lot of stitches. His head injuries, Thompson suggests, were the reason the Spector began to habitat wearing outlandish wigs. Which is interesting because he was self-conscious of all the frickin' crap on his head.
Yeah, I mean, the massive head wounds and the injury. I mean, it's funny to me that if it weren't for the cop checking his pulse, they were just going to declare him dead.
Yeah, they're just like,
He looks dead.
He looks
Sure.
dead. He's not moving. In early 1970, Alan Klein brought
Ooh.
Spector to England after impressing with the production of John Lennon's solo album Instant Karma. Did you know that he is a co-writer of John Lennon's Imagine?
He's a co-producer. I didn't think he was a co-writer.
I thought I read that he was co-writer. There was like 2 or 3 other people that wrote it with him.
No, I did not know that.
Okay, so then with the Beatles is a lot of stuff that he had did. It was kind of toward the back end of the Beatles, right? He didn't do any of the early stuff.
Well, are any of the videos that we're going to watch have anything to do with the Beatles?
A little bit.
Okay, well, do you want me to wait? Because I do have a small story for that. I can wait until it.
Okay.
Video.
Yeah, there's some of the small videos I have are talking about his wife, Ronnie Spector, and then it kind of like some of the videos sort of like overlap with each other, but yeah, it'll definitely spark conversation. So we can definitely keep the Beatles stuff. I was more concerned about the early Phil Spector because I couldn't find anything regarding early Phil Spector, so that kind of helped out. Okay, so let me pull this one down, and then let's see here. Okay, so how I'm doing it is I've got 3 or 4 videos that are sort of like 60s Phil Spector.
Okay.
Couple little short videos. There's also I have 2 audio recordings. One is like in the 60s when he's in the middle of it, and then another one was like 10 years later when you could tell that he was a different person.
Mhm.
So these 4 or 5 videos I'm going to show are going to be early, a long time, and he'd already had hit records.
He
Or
must
was
have.
this kind of early? Because this is definitely in the 60s, but I don't know exactly where it is. You know what I mean?
He's either he has an innate confidence that he's always had, or he at this time had already had lots of hit records, and that's why he's acting the way he is. Because he's clearly the captain of the ship,
Yeah.
which is good.
And I don't see anything inappropriate that he's
No,
saying.
no, not at all.
I mean, he could have been one of these guys who was Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, is he was okay, like sober, and then you got drugs and alcohol in him, and he was freaking a crazy lunatic. Like, we don't know this, you know what I mean?
Well, plus he wrote the song. Well, time is money, and studio time costs money,
Yeah.
so he's got to keep the ball rolling. And the other thing is the song's in his head, Shorty.
Freak.
Is dominated at every level by people almost as young as their avid customers. But all have one thing.
Every evening when the
But yeah, I thought that was a pretty cool video.
Yeah,
Yeah, I thought it was
I like it. He's running the song like a boss,
Yeah, he was running it like a boss.
which he was.
Okay, let's see here. This was the audio one. We'll do that. We'll do a couple of these other ones before the audio one. Okay, here's the wall of sound.
So he's trying to create a natural area, natural space to get those effects that
Okay.
you would get in a box, like he did. Also, drumming. That's drum. If you're a drummer, you're always kind of surrounded by dividers, so your sound doesn't go out all over the room and bounce everywhere and hit the mics.
Okay.
So
'Cause
yes,
you could tell a difference, and you're the expert when it comes to sound.
I know some stuff about it. I'm no Phil Spector, but yeah, I
know,
get
but I'm defaulting to you because you know more about it than I do.
Scorpio. That's a good question.
I would say there's similarities with a film producer or television or whatever it is. There's a lot of pre-production that you can do ahead of time as far as locations, wardrobe choices. You can do a shot list, going over it with the director. So there are a lot of similarities. Music is a little bit more in the moment, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would. Well, like for instance, in movies, a producer, are they involved in the creative process? I always thought they were like the money people, or maybe they just said, "Hey, I want to."
Well, you
Make
have
a
an
movie.
executive producer, which is a money person.
Okay,
If you have like a story producer, that's a person that's on set dealing with story and talent.
yeah,
Or if you have, an indie guy, me, I had to handle a bunch of stuff, so I wore like 1,000 hats.
mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, in music, my experience has been, well, it depends on. Like this guy, he wrote the songs. It's his label, so he's going to tell you this is how it's going to go, and that's that.
Yeah.
So he's writer and then producer, and like you, wears a bunch of hats. He just
Yeah.
can't sing like those girls can, so he's got to bring them in. If he could, I'm sure he would have done that too.
Yeah. I
But
mean,
it does-
and part of it is understanding that it's above your knowledge, and you have to reach out to somebody that's better.
That's right. It's surprising to me that he worked with the Beatles, because that's like these songs here were his songs.
But sometimes it's a timing thing. Like if I knew, we watched the movie yesterday, and if I knew Mike Partika before, I would probably have reached out to him just for a second opinion on it.
Mhm.
But I didn't know him back then, so it's like I didn't have that resource to. So, sometimes it's timing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but on the other hand, the other side of that would be sometimes collaboration slows the process down, and since they're paying for studio time, I get while he's in there going do this, do that. Whereas in me and my band's case, the guitar player, the other guitar player in the band, it's his studio, and we do it as a hobby. So there's no money involved, so we can bounce ideas around
Yeah.
all day. But even with us, there does come a point in time where one of us, usually me, says, "We're doing it this way." Just,
I mean, there
it's-
has to be somebody that's sort of like the final
Yeah.
boss that has to be like, okay, like you
It's
can't just
generally
keep on bouncing ideas without actually making a decision here.
Yeah, generally speaking, if I write a song and bring it to the studio, then I kind of am the captain of that song. Not that I won't take advice or say, hey, I need help here. And
Yeah.
if my bandmate writes one, then it's kind of his baby, and I'll try to help how I can. But yeah, there's a ship only needs one captain, and a song's the same way.
Okay.
What was it, last week? I think it was. And my bandmate who does the production is like, hey, listen to this. And he played it, and I'm like, that's way better than it sounded live. Like, so yeah, it can make a big difference, because even he said, he's like, yeah, I thought that take was shit, but it sounds pretty good now. I'm like, yeah, it does. Good. Don't have to redo it.
What do you think it is? Do you think it's just the transformation from the audio coming from the microphone to the equipment?
I think it has more to do with putting the kind of effects that Phil Spector puts on his records. If somebody sings into a mic and you just record it straight, it rarely sounds good unless you're Celine Dion or whatever.
Yeah.
But then a producer has to take it, and you have to add delay to it. You have to add reverb to it. You have to put it in the right band of the EQ and stuff. And it makes it, like, I don't understand it. I can't do that stuff, but it makes the difference can be night and day, like they're talking about here in the video. So I get where he's coming from.
Interesting. I never, that's something that only a musician would know, because I wouldn't know that. But it's the same thing on my end, where you see the actor acting a certain way, and then when you see it when you're editing it, it's like, huh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I actually like that take better than I like that take.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, whereas at the time you might not have felt that way, but
yeah,
after looking at it and maybe working with it a little bit, then you can make a chicken salad out of chicken shit sometimes.
I mean, is it like a happy imperfection, basically?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I like imperfections in music, so I'm not a fan of doing everything exactly,
to the letter,
dotting all the I's. But
yeah,
producer like Phil Spector clearly, and like the guy I work with on a smaller level, can take something that's mediocre and make it sound good.
Okay.
You can't make something awful. You can't make a bad singer sound good, but you can make a good singer that had a bad take sound good.
I mean, like boy bands in the 90s and the 2000s, they sounded halfway decent, but all the production they put into it.
Yeah. Yep. With it, they'll play an entire song and not talk over it until it's over.
Yeah.
I'm like, how are they not getting struck? I don't
get it at all, dude. And I understand it has to be informative, but we always have conversations in between something. Like the whole the guy saying that it didn't sound right over here, but it sounded right over there.
Mm-hmm.
That's worth a conversation, and we did that. I just don't understand why you can't show somebody's work. Like we're giving credit to the artist and the producers. You know what I mean?
Oh, we did call him a psychopath and a shrimp, though. But
I mean,
what's he going to do about it?
I mean, he was in prison for murder, so
it's not alleged.
Not allegedly.
And he was short.
And he was a little guy. Okay, so then this one right here is going to kind of do a little bit of more of the same, but this is going to be on Ronnie Spector's perspective. Let me see. Okay, let me play this one first.
Well, my sister made a call because we were very anxious to have a hit record because
a call, New York.
Yeah, I was going to say, boy, she's
from
from
New
New York.
shows, and we were the only group on his show that didn't have a hit record. You had to have a hit record. That's what his shows were about. And we were the only girl group that didn't have a hit record. And Phil Spector's name was very, very hot. And my sister called and asked, I guess it was his secretary or whatever, could we come down and audition to do background? And that's how we met Phil. It was at Mirror Sound, and Phil was sitting there at a piano by himself. No one was in the studio, and the three of us walked in. And he asked me the three of us a lot of questions, and what records did we grow up liking, and this and that, and who sang lead, and this and that. And I said, I did. And he said, well, let me hear you. And I sang all of Frankie Lyman stuff, of course, and Lil Anthony stuff. And where do you guys live? I said, we live up in Upper Manhattan, Spanish Harlem. He says, take me to your house now. So he took him straight to my house. My mother was there. And he said, told my mother, he said, I'm going to make your girls a #1 record. How do you like that, Mrs. Bennett? And she's this guy, She said, very nice, which most mothers would say. After that, we sort of never separated. I remember it like it was yesterday. Phil's like a little Jewish guy in college, you know? Like, because when I went to, G-Dub was like half Jewish school, you know? And so.
Now, do you think, and this is just speculating, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it was more like she got with him because he was hot and he was popular? Because I've heard all kinds of stories that he beat her and there was a lot of abuse, but it doesn't sound like this is in hindsight. This is after the fact. So she still does have a fondness for Phil Spector.
It is funny. Two thoughts on that. One is she used to go on Howard Stern's show a lot.
Okay.
And talk about her experiences with Phil Spector. And he was apparently awful. I mean, he wouldn't let her out of the house, kept her locked up in a room, like just super abusive to her. But you're right. She still has some sort of odd fondness for him. It reminds me of another artist. I watched about 10 hours of documentaries on Prince this week while working, just kind of in the background.
Okay.
Prince was an absolute tyrant. He did not treat people well, but nobody has a bad word to say about him because he's a fucking genius. You got to put up with that if you want to, tie yourself to somebody at that level of geniusness.
Yeah.
You got to deal with the idiosyncrasies, I guess. So I guess for her, it was worth, the marriage might not have gone well, but I don't know that anybody would know who she is if it wasn't for him.
I mean, that's true.
So be fond of that, fond of the money.
So maybe taking the good with the bad.
Mm-hmm. The sad thing about a lot of those musicians back in the 60s, singers, is they didn't make any money. Like the producers stole all of it, which is probably why he was a millionaire at age 21. It was always the
very possible.
It was the producers that were just parasitic, siphoning money off these talented artists, and it was sad for the artists.
Interesting.
But hey, they own the studios and you don't. So what are you going to do without them? You can't do it.
I mean, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
That happened real quick. That happens in my band all the time. We call it home studio advantage. Like when I had the studio in my house back in the day and people would come and I would do the production, they would leave, rehearsals were over and I'd listen to it. And I'm like, oh, that guitar part sucked. I'm just going to play it myself. And I would just replace people's stuff. And now it happens the other way around in my friend's studio. And we're just like, hey, home studio advantage. You're the one sitting there listening to it. So it's all you. Go ahead.
Home studio advantage. That's funny. Okay, so this is talking about Ronnie Spector, her violent marriage. So something we just kind of talked about, where there was a lot of reports that her and Phil were not getting along, and Phil was very abusive. But it's one of those things where it's sort of like her word versus his word, and he's a Looney Tune, so it's like, who knows?
She's not the only one who's expressed frustration at his controlling behavior, so it kind of checks out.
And was it early, or was it after he got into a car accident and he was Looney Tunes?
Well, I think it was before the car accident because they were married before 1974.
Okay.
And also his kids also have had interviews saying he would lock them in the house, not let them go anywhere, and what a tyrant he was.
Are you a fan of the Ronettes? The ultimate girl group of the 60s was formed by the singer Ronnie Spector. The group made worldwide rock and roll hits like Be My Baby and Walkin' in the Rain. Lead singer Ronnie Spector married the producer of the Ronettes, Phil Spector, in 1968. Phil was the sole manager and producer of the group throughout the 60s. However, when Phil's career took a downgrade, the marriage of Ronnie Spector became an actual horror movie. The memoir she wrote later on in life reveals all the painful details of the horrible marriage. Join Facts First to learn about how the marriage of Ronnie Spector almost killed her. Ronnie was born in 1943 in New York City. She was a mixed child with an Irish father and her mother from African American and Cherokee descent. Back then, it was not so common to be mixed. That's why she suffered a lot from bullying. Ronnie also had an older sister, Estelle. Their father left the family.
Here's the stuff that this is the 2025 spin on things.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, she was a mixed child, but she's gorgeous.
Very pretty.
You're going to sit there and tell me that she was bullied. She was probably bullied by other girls that were jealous.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
She's gorgeous. Don't sit there and tell me that the men were bullying her.
No.
So that's the 2025 spin they put on some of these videos, which kind of irritates me. Because they're not looking at it in the light of 60s. They're looking at it in light of 2025.
Yeah.
They're not putting themselves in anybody's shoes. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
When they were little kids. Eventually, her childhood struggles and exotic looks became the fueling force for her successful career. From a young age, Ronnie loved to perform in their living room. Later on, she formed a group with her older sister Estelle and their cousin Nedra Talley Ross. The group was named the Ronettes, an abbreviation of their names. They started playing small gigs in different parts of New York City. By 1961, they signed with Colpix Records and released their double-sided singles. Those singles were I Want a Boy, What's So Sweet About Sweet 16, and I'm Gonna Quit While I'm Ahead and My Guiding Angel. However, they didn't achieve much success. To continue their career, they focused on working in clubs as dancers. They developed a style around bold clothing and extravagant makeup. By 1963, the Ronettes still had not found much success with Colpix Records. This is when Ronnie Spector and her bandmates decided to make a bold decision. They cold-called the legendary producer Phil Spector. He was surprised and impressed by the compatibility of Ronnie's, including...
Okay, so he was not exactly the most handsomest guy.
No.
How in the hell did he get hot chicks? It has to be a status thing, right?
Money and power. Yeah. Yep.
So for as controlling he was still pulling in the hot babes.
Well, I mean, I think he helped her achieve her dreams, so to speak. So I can understand how a woman would fall in love with somebody who gave them that opportunity.
Gave him the world, basically.
Kind of. I mean, not that she doesn't have talent. I'm not saying she doesn't. But like I said earlier, I think without him, there wouldn't be a Ronnie Spector.
But she would know right away that he's kind of different, correct?
Yeah, but you know what? I don't know. Sometimes women like that shit. Controlling. It happens.
And they regret it later. Do you think it was a regret thing, or
the way that she's spoken about her marriage, she doesn't look back fondly on it, I would say. I've never heard her say she wishes she never married him, but it's not a pretty story. Generally.
I mean, the video that we showed, she had a very fondness of him early. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that it didn't go south, but that video that we showed, it just seemed like she did have kind of a fondness of him early.
Yeah.
So.
Tina Turner and the Beatles. Phil signed the Ronettes immediately after their first audition. The overall vibe of the group was described as bad girls listening to hard rock. Throughout his career, Phil wrote 28 singles for the Ronettes.
He wasn't inspired by Dylan at all. No way.
I know the sunglasses.
Direct super.
The glasses and everything. Yeah.
Dylan's another short guy. What's with these people? Short people. Hey, wait a minute.
Vision, particularly from 1960.
I'm not Phil Spector short though.
Yeah. you barely get over the Julio Scissors label.
I know, like a little hat. Well, that's also because my camera is cheap and Chinese and doesn't zoom. Otherwise, I'd reframe it. So, I mean, I could do that or something. Yeah, I was mentioning Prince as being a tyrant. He was 5'2".
Yeah,
what's with these little guys? I need to check their tone.
Okay, so. Yes, I understand that Prince was a tyrant. Phil Spector was a tyrant. But like I said, there is kind of a understanding of these people are a little different going in.
Mm-hmm.
So it's either accept the way that they are or bye.
Yeah, overlook the bad and because it's like a net positive, I guess you have to make that.
So yes, the person is a tyrant. Yes, this person is an abuser, whatever it is, but you're choosing to still stay there or work with them. So it's like, it's always one of those things. It's like, it's a he says, she says type thing,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
3 to 66, the Ronettes enjoyed one of the most successful periods of their careers. They joined the Beatles for their U.S. tour at the band's request. The girls also played on military bases for American soldiers who were said to have gone crazy over their provocative and sexy outfits. Despite the tremendous success, luminous parties, and chart-breaking hits, Phil Spector's career started to decline by the end of 1966. With the retirement of their hitmaker, the Ronettes disbanded. However, Ronnie Spector had no intention of burning bridges with Phil. They fell in love while working together and got married April 14, 1968. Ronnie moved in with Phil Spector into his LA mansion, but the marriage turned very bitter later on. Keep watching to find out more about that, and before you do, make sure you give this video a like and subscribe to Facts First for more.
Yeah, check out Facts First. We're globbing on their videos, so go check them out. Subscribe to them.
Phil Spector was hugely affected by the
Fuck that,
failures of his
subscribe to
career.
us.
As a result,
Well, subscribe to us first,
Right.
and then go over to Facts First because we're looking at their videos. So go show them some love.
Yeah.
They talk a lot about music and movie and stuff.
he experienced tremendous stress and deep depression. Later on, he started to display some symptoms of severe bipolar disorder. Ronnie wrote everything about her horrible married life in her 1990 autobiography, Be My Baby, How I Survived Mascara, Miniskirts, and Madness, or My Life as a Fabulous Ronette. In her book, Ronnie describes her husband's scary and inadequate behavior that started at the very beginning of their matrimony.
The hairstyles are just drive me crazy.
Yeah.
He just wasn't. He didn't like hair.
He looked all right back in like the early days.
You
like,
see
kinda,
he almost looked like a poodle with the freaking.
yeah, I'm almost down with this Bob Dylan look. He looked pretty good there, but then yeah, he just got out of control.
She recalls how she had to hide in the bathroom with her mom during the wedding day because Phil was drunk and had an argument about money with Ronnie. He accused her of marrying.
I could completely see that he's a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, where he's probably one way sober and he's another way all fucked up. Because I'm a happy drunk.
Me too.
Like
Chatty and happy.
Chatty, happy. Maybe balls of steel. It very rarely do you ever see me like drunk and upset. I'm usually just kind of a happy dope. Some people are not like that. Some people get ultra aggressive after drinking.
There are some people that I've known in my life that should just never drink ever again. It's oil and water. They can't handle it.
Yeah.
It sounds like this guy's maybe one of them. Maybe.
Makes sense.
Allegedly.
Him to get his money. Ronnie specifically described,
especially as an artist that had his success, or a producer had his success, and then all of a sudden it's gone, and depression starts setting in. And when depression starts setting in, more alcohol is consumed.
Yep, and that's
Or
a vicious
drugs or
cycle
whatever.
because the alcohol makes the depression worse, and the alcohol makes the depression go away temporarily, and it just downhill. It's not a good mix.
him as a coyote with bulging eyes and saliva dripping down the sides of his mouth. Understandably, her mother became quite concerned about her choice of a husband. After they were married, Phil controlled every second of Ronnie's life. She was even unable to move around her own house freely. As she describes, she felt like a complete prisoner in a multi-million-dollar house. And even if their relationship was fine for a while, Phil still seemed very weird and eccentric. To claim his control over Ronnie's life, Phil bought an
Guaranteed he was like that at the beginning. So I hate some of these people that he's weird. He was like that at the beginning. I guarantee he was.
Guys generally don't change.
Yeah.
Really. So I agree with you.
So it's like I hate those type of words that they try to pop in there, and it's like he was a weirdo from the jump. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hot Wheels.
Yeah, we tried to do something a little different. You know, I don't know how if you've checked out multiple videos, but you know, I do indie films, and I worked in the industry in LA and Michigan. Julio's a musician, so we always try to look at it kind of on their perspective, and then how we would handle situations on our end of things. So glad you're having a good time.
Inflatable version of himself and made Ronnie keep it in the passenger seat. He also forbade her to speak to groups like the Beatles or the Rolling Stones about work-related questions, as he firmly believed Ronnie was cheating on him. However, Ronnie says one of the scariest things was that Phil revealed he kept a glass coffin in the basement and frequently threatened to kill her if she ever decided to leave him. He even went so far as to take away Ronnie's shoes so she couldn't leave home. The couple tried to get pregnant for several years, but their efforts failed. Phil and Ronnie ultimately decided to adopt a mixed-race child named Dante. Unfortunately, he also faced a lot of his father's crazy behavior. Later in his life, Dante revealed he was often locked up in his room with no opportunity to go to the bathroom. However, treating his child in such a brutal way was not Phil's only flaw. year, he got Ronnie a shocking Christmas present, twins. He adopted 2 boys named Gary and Lewis without asking for her opinion or permission.
Did he
The
wrap
worst
them up
part
in a
is that
box
adopting
under
the
the
twins
tree?
had nothing
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
That's what I always wanted. Twins? Thanks.
so Ronnie didn't have anything to do with the financials of anything.
Apparently
so he
not.
could just kind of willy-nilly do what he wanted without any of her knowing.
I mean, I don't have a problem with the guy spending his money how he wants to spend it. It's really none of her business.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you could say it's her business
But
because
for
she's
her
his
not
wife.
knowing anything.
Well, not knowing that. Well, hey, honey, I'm home. Oh, I just adopted a twins.
Oh, by the way.
Like, oh, what?
A frickin' fracker here. Here you go.
Yeah, you're gonna need to make more mac and cheese, son. We got 2 more mouths to feed.
I just see some of the stuff I just don't believe that she didn't have at least an idea.
Well, okay, that's fair. Yeah, maybe she may be embellishing the story
The
a
only
bit.
thing I can think of is he pulled them and he legally adopted them later and just pulled them to the house and said, "Hey, we're gonna help them out," or you know what I mean?
It's a weird. I mean,
it's a weird thing.
It's a weird story, and with his pattern of behavior that's well documented, it's not outside the realm of possibility that he would just kind of show up at the door with 2 new kids.
Yeah, I'm not saying that he's not a weirdo. We're not,
Yeah,
we're
that's
not,
true.
not justifying the weirdness. I'm just saying how does she not know at all?
You're right, Scorpio. There has to be some sort of process he would have had to have gone through, and I'm sure the adoption agency wanted to meet the people who were going to take care of the children. So I would imagine that she would have been involved in that. But in my head, I'm just picturing him going to a store and he picked up whatever, pack of cigarettes, 12-pack, couple of kids, walked out the door and brought them home.
Okay, so there's no social media because this was in the 70s, right?
Yeah, I think so. Around the
No
turn of
cell
the century.
phones.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna sit there and tell me that the phone didn't ring and it's CSS or one of those organizations about child protective services or something. You're gonna sit there and tell me that the phone didn't ring?
Yeah, you know what? I agree with kind of where you're going. I don't buy that he just showed up with 2 new kids without telling her. I don't think
Yeah.
that's possible.
Surprise, freaking fracas.
I named them and everything for you. It's like bringing home cats. I found 2 strays hanging out in the park and brought them home.
Fluffy and Blackie are right here.
Yeah.
Bring them on in.
Meanwhile, the twins' real mother's like, "Where the fuck did my kids go? They were here a minute ago on the swings. I turn around for 1 second.
They got
fucking
yoinked
Phil Spector
by
rolls
Phil
open.
Spector with the weird hair.
Like, well, I guess I'll have a better life with him. Whatever."
to do with his own love for children. Instead, having more children was a tactic to keep Ronnie in the house. All these events drove Ronnie to depression, and she began to use drugs to cope. She even attempted suicide on multiple occasions. During a particularly bad stint, she deliberately overdosed to stay in the hospital for a few days and enjoy a reprieve from her husband. Despite the hardships she had to go through, Ronnie Spector managed to produce a record with the Beatles called Try Some, Buy Some. Sadly, the single did not revive her career the way she imagined. After returning to...
You know who that is right there, don't you?
I don't.
Sha-na-na with Bowser.
Bowser, that's right.
Yeah,
And the little
Sha-na-na.
fucker with the curly Q on his... Oh, yeah, I remember
Yeah,
that.
I think I have a video that we're gonna watch a little bit, but that's Sha-na-na. I remember Sha-na-na when I was a little kid because they would show up on like the Muppets shows. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like they would
They
do
had-
variety shows.
They had their own variety show for a little while.
Yeah.
My mom and I used to watch it every Sunday, I think it was on. Sunday night, Saturday.
Yeah, because I'd seen the video, and like I said, we're gonna watch part of it and stuff. But it was just like, oh, Sha-na-na, I remember them.
Mm-hmm.
the U.S. from England, she tried to get away from Phil Spector several times. Finally, on June 12, 1972, she was able to run from the house. In her book, she describes how Phil went crazy and again hid her shoes, thinking she couldn't leave barefoot. He again threatened to kill her if she ever thought of divorcing him. Then Ronnie's mother came to the rescue and started hitting Phil and shouting at him. Eventually, Ronnie and her mother escaped the house, taking Dante with them and leaving all their belongings behind. The next day, they went...
So she had phone privileges, apparently. I don't know.
What's that, Eddie Murphy? Lillian cannot use the phone. Lillian from Raw. But
Yeah.
so it's funny. So Ronnie and her mother took Dante, but did he leave the twins there?
Yeah.
Did she leave?
I don't
She's
know.
like, I had
Maybe
nothing to
we'll
do with
find that
them.
out. I don't know.
Yes, they stayed.
Or CPS came and took them. Who knows?
To a divorce lawyer, but the nightmare still wasn't over for Ronnie Spector. During the divorce process, Phil threatened to hire an assassin if she didn't sign the custody.
That's what an assassin looks like? Now they're getting a little crazy with this video.
Yeah. Well, it's AI, so what are you going to do?
For the twins. Finally, after several months of deliberation, the divorce was finalized. Then, just when Ronnie thought she was free, she got a call from Phil. He claimed there were going to be 6 hitmen in the crowd at her next.
Okay, now you're being a little hyperbolic. Yeah, Shana Na, that's the blast from the past. Yeah, I remember watching it when I was a little kid.
They played Woodstock. Isn't that crazy to you?
Shana Na played Woodstock?
Uh-huh.
I didn't know that.
When I learned that, I was like, wait, what? But they did.
Because they were like a quartet, right?
It was like
sort of like
7 of them. They all dressed up in the slick little 50s thing. I remember Bowser always had this
curly Q hairstyle and everything.
Bowser always had the pack of cigarettes rolled up in his t-shirt sleeve.
Yeah.
So I thought it was odd that they played Woodstock, but yeah, they did.
Performance. Phil said he promised to give $1 million bonus to the person who finished the job. Interestingly, Ronnie ended up too drunk to perform that night, and the concert was canceled. Immediately after her divorce from Phil, Ronnie tried to bring her career back on track. Even following a tour with Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band, she still wasn't able to bring back the fame and success she enjoyed in the 60s. In 1978, she finally moved on from her traumatic marriage and began dating Jonathan Greenfield, a theater.
Which I understand that she was exiting from the situation, but she didn't have success before Phil.
Or after, apparently, from what they're saying. So, yeah.
I mean, like, again, for as crazy and a lunatic that Phil Spector is, he had the juju. He had the touch.
Yeah, those songs do not exist without him.
Yeah.
He could have found more other singers. They would have still gotten done without her, right?
So, I mean, yes, she probably feels liberated. There's a weight off her shoulders. She doesn't feel like she has to watch her back 24/7. I completely get it. But she wasn't a success before him. So enjoy the ride. You know what I mean?
Theater worker. They got married in 1982 and are still together today. Although Ronnie moved on from Phil, he didn't stop his problematic behavior. In 2003, he allegedly killed actress Lana Clarkson in his L.A. mansion.
There ain't
he
no
served
alleged
a
about it.
19-year sentence in prison until he died in
we've
January of
got plenty of
2021
videos
from
on that.
COVID-19. Even though Ronnie had to go through many horrors because of her ex-husband, she still paid tribute to Phil after his death. She wrote on Instagram about how falling in love with Phil was like a fairy tale to her, and their endless love inspired the magical music they made together. Now it's time to hear from you. Is Ronnie and Phil Spector's marriage the worst celebrity marriage?
I don't know. I don't think it's the worst celebrity marriage, honestly.
Dorothy Stratton, maybe.
Yeah.
It's a little worse. Star 80, but
yeah.
yeah, but it sounds so overall so far what we've listened to, I think Phil was of a time. Like he was popular in his little time box.
Yeah.
And after that, it kind of passed him by later. And I know he worked with the Beatles and fucked their album up by putting his shitty Spector crap all over it, which was a big problem with So Let It Be, the Beatles album that he produced, it was originally supposed to be just a live, raw recording from the studio with no overdubs or nothing. That's what John Lennon and Paul McCartney wanted.
Okay.
Like, let's go back to just being a rock band, that kind of thing. So Paul, I guess, was on vacation, and John reached out to Phil Spector and said, hey, can you come work on this album? And he did the exact opposite of what the album was supposed to be. He put strings and horns and all these production trickerations on it. So when Paul got wind of it, he actually sent a letter to the Beatles manager at the time saying, you can't release this. I won't allow it. They're like, well, too bad. It's already pressed and shipped. So Paul hated it to the point where in 2003, I think, he released the original version of the album the way he said it should have been, called Let It Be Naked is the name of the album.
All right.
And I listened to both. I like it without all the Phil Spector stuff on it. Because the Beatles, they're songwriting geniuses. They don't need tinsel on their Christmas tree. The tree's good enough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that's why Paul was so upset. He's like, I'm fucking Paul McCartney. I know how songs.
The Beatles purists would want the naked version or the
yeah, it's like split
dub down, or not the dub down version, but all the tinsel's not on it.
Yeah, some Beatles fan like the Spector version better, but I think part of that is just because that's what they've heard their whole lives.
Okay.
So these new versions didn't sound right just because they were different. But I preferred the stripped down one a little bit.
Okay. So this one is, let's see here. So I've got two videos that are still kind of on the olders. We're still in the 60s.
Mhm.
So he's already married. He bought his mansion, which I've got some information about his mansion, so we're going to do that next. But this one right here is recording, and it's 7 minutes, so it's not insanely long or anything like that. And this is Phil Spector, an interview in 1968. So this is when he's in the middle of it.
Okay.
And then I have another one that is like 10 years later. And like I said, the big thing with me is when I listen to him, it's like you could tell a difference between Phil in 68 and Phil in 78 or whatever it was. You know what I mean? Like it was like in the middle of it and it's passed him by.
Mm-hmm. And
So
he's
it's like,
been in a near fatal car crash with
Yeah.
massive head injuries too,
Mhm.
which certainly may have not helped the situation.
exactly. So let me go ahead and share this puppy.
That's all right. We're fine.
This might be a little
The
low,
record
so
producer today really is going to, he's going to become what the vice president of the United States. I mean, it's just going to be a formality, you know. It's not going to really be anything to any great respect. It's going to be something nobody really wants to do, because it involves giving up something to a producer financially and emotionally. And record producers you usually find are very involved with their personnel. And it's extremely difficult to be objective about somebody when you're so involved with them. It's very hard to be objective about your wife or your shoes or anything if you're wearing them. I mean, it's just hard to. And most of the producers I see live with the groups or very attached to them. And I don't know about Tiny Tim as a producer. I don't know. They go to the...
I don't necessarily, I mean, Barry Gordy didn't live with his groups.
I don't
They
know
took
that.
over Neighborhood, so there was a lot of artists and producers that all lived on the same street.
I wonder if
they
he
didn't
was.
live together.
Yeah, I don't know that he meant it literally, but maybe he did.
Or
I
maybe,
just
maybe too
assume-
close to their artists.
Yeah, that's like spent a lot of time with them to engage in the project to really have a high level objective view in it because you're on the inside. I think that's kind of where it was going. I think.
Okay, so you're working with a stranger versus working with a friend. A friend is some of my closest friends can tell me shit that most people don't want to tell me.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like they're a lot more honest with me. But I don't know, maybe
Well, the allegory he made about you can't judge your wife, I kind of get where he's going. Like if somebody, like when I was married, somebody asked me, "Hey, DTFY guy."
what's going on, buddy? I appreciate it. Yeah, I just recently started going on Kick. I did Instagram, Kick, YouTube, and Rumble. And Instagram only lets you on there for an hour, so it automatically kicks you off of there after an hour. So I appreciate that. Yeah, we try to do something different. I'm a indie filmmaker, and I lived in LA for 10 years, so I got to work on a lot of other people's stuff. So I kind of wanted to start doing my own stuff. And then Julio is a musician, so we kind of look at the world a little differently. So, we're older guys, but we're also creative people. So we try to at least give some sort of perspective. All right.
ball game together. I don't know what that means. But I don't know what the record producer's role is going to be. I imagine that, what happens is you get in that rut. I've seen like the underground press in particular they write a lot of things about a lot of people. But once they label somebody, why they say genius, they use the word so freely. They use the startling creative genius of and the da-da-da-da-da of, They have these words, to build it's almost like I see them building the egos up. I see producers today commanding big prices for their talent and have really done nothing. They haven't made 1/10 of the hits of, let's say, like a Bob Crew, of whom I have no real respect because I don't consider him a record producer of any real great talent. This is an average
Damn.
record producer, the faggot's approach to rock and roll or whatever. I don't know. So this is what I see. But I mean, I know people who own big record companies, independent ones. People come in and they get a big list of records this guy brings in. The guy like made one hit, with the 1910 Fruit Gun Company or something. And he's got 20, and the guys, you go through the records and you see Morris Levy's thumbprints on them, and Al Bennett's thumbprints, and the record's been played 100 times and rejected. Finally, you hear one thing that sounds a little decent, so you say to the guy, hey, how much you want? $20,000. $20,000 for that? And he says, I only think it's good. I don't think it, well, that's what I want. He says, well, why? He says, because I can get it down the street. And that's exactly what it comes out to. It happened with the Lovin' Spoonful. It happened with the Rascals. The people involved wanted so much money because they wanted to take a free ride off the group, to set themselves up in business. They knew they had great talent. They knew they really didn't need a producer because the group had so much, strong material right there, and it had a Sebastian to write it or whatever, and they really didn't need necessarily a record producer. So they can go to RCA and wheel and deal all kinds of money and bring in the owners of a lot of record companies and have them all bid. And
it definitely sounds like a guy that's got hit records that his ego is a little bit out of control at the moment.
Yeah, he threw shade on the other producer while he was talking. And then I think it's also funny, he's kind of telling on himself, saying a lot of these producers are just like parasites that use these talented artists to pad their own bank accounts and lives, which is true.
I mean, back then the rules are different and the laws were different.
Back then, there were a certain group of people that controlled the music and the entertainment industry. Oddly enough, same group of people that control it now, some people would say. But anyway, so they took care of themselves.
Yeah.
And they used these artists to, fund their lifestyles, which, look, it's fine. They should make money off of it. But I think the artists shouldn't have been, begging on the street 4 years later after having 2 number 1 hits. You know what I mean? It just doesn't seem right.
But in the time, would you do the same thing, though?
Probably. But the good thing, and what's so great about, people being able to make music.
Now it's the opposite. Producers don't make as much as the artists do. Because
you can just do the shit at home. Now you can, which is both, it's bad because now there's 10 million artists every day uploading stuff to Spotify, and there's a lot of noise and junk out there. But the good thing is, you're indie. Like your movie, Derek, you didn't answer to anybody.
Yeah.
My band, we don't answer to anybody. We don't make any money, but at least we don't feel we're being taken advantage of. Like I'm sure a lot of these old artists did at the time.
True.
Especially black artists really got the raw end of the deal back in the late 50s and early 60s.
Yeah.
Eventually, I've heard that recently. The price on the Big Brother and the holding company was absolutely absurd as to what that group got. And I heard some other blues bands, the Cotton Blues Band, some of, what I would call absurd financial. I'm happy that the cats are making it, let them all get 10 million, I don't care. But if these are what the
cats.
The hip cats.
Leaders of the industry are giving away, it's kind of weird that it's come down to that. And I think that they will, I think the producers always needed, but the kind of producer that I see is different than the kind of producer that they see. Just like in sports, what they see is Babe Ruth today isn't really, Frank Howard hits a lot of home runs, but we don't know what Frank Howard would be if Babe Ruth were here, or if Babe Ruth would be impressed with Frank Howard's home runs or not. We don't really know because it's a different generation and we can't expect everybody to just keep living in the past. But as far as records are concerned, I see that the role of the producer for what it was is no longer important. But my role as a record producer will be important because I have a different approach to records, and there are a few people who still do. But,
another difference that kind of goes along a bit with what he's saying is, as the late 60s approached and the 70s, people started writing their own music. Whereas back in Phil Spector's heyday, he was writing everything, and he just needed people to execute his song. So the role of a producer is was changed because now the band's already got the song. They don't need the producer to write the song. The producer's there to, if a band doesn't know a lot about the technical side of making a song, they would ask the producer, "Hey, we want it to sound like this. Can you do that?" Or, like almost like an IT support guy. And then also, if you trusted a producer, like the Beatles had George Martin, Rush had a couple of people they trusted, you would bounce your ideas off of them to see, "Hey, what do you think?"
Yeah.
But they weren't relying on the producer anymore to write their songs for them.
Well, it's the same thing with the film stuff. Is LA was the spot. LA's not the spot anymore. You can literally make a movie anywhere as long as you have talent.
Yep.
So yeah, it's evolved, and I think he was sort of above the. I think he was above the curve. He understood that his time eventually was going to come up.
All he had left really after he wasn't needed to write songs was his sound.
Because after 68, he pretty much just did Ronnie Spector stuff and then later did Beatles stuff, right?
He did the Beatles. He produced John Lennon's first solo album and some of the songs on his second, and he produced some songs on George Harrison's first record.
Okay.
But to me, the songs like John Lennon had a song called Instant Karma. It was John Lennon's first solo single.
Okay.
I didn't like his production made it sound older than it was. It was sort of like anachronistic. It was out of its time. It didn't sound right to me.
Yeah.
And I think, like I said, once he wasn't needed on songwriting, then the only thing you get with him is his wall of sound.
Yeah,
which I think went out of style. So
yeah, because I mean, this is 68, so you've got the Byrds and Joni Mitchell and all of those people are all starting to make hit records late 60s, early 70s.
Also, another role of the producer back in the early 60s was to pick the musicians. Like, okay, I've written this song. I want you girls to sing it. You're going to be the front people. And then I've got guitar players that I'll just call and they'll come in. Whereas late 60s, not only were bands writing their own music, but they already had the lineup. I mean, you would go to the producer and go, well, this is the band here. We're the ones playing. So we really don't need you to get us musicians either.
And I haven't, the stuff that I did to research and pulled the videos and everything, I didn't hear anything about Phil Spector being part of that group. All the creative people that were in LA during the time, all doing all the hippie movement, all that stuff. I didn't hear his name one time.
I don't think he was really with the
So
hippie.
do you think that the music industry bypassed him at that point?
Yeah. He remained stagnant. I'd say two-thirds of his skill set was no longer needed. His songwriting and his ability to get musicians to play the songs. So he only had his wall of sound left to sell.
Like the Eagles were just coming out this time. Eagles sound is a lot different than Phil Spector's sound. So it's interesting knowing the stuff that we've watched and we've researched before for other shows where we knew that music was changing during this time.
Sure. And you're right. He just
the Laurel Canyon scene was taking over.
And they were all people who hung out in houses, got high, and wrote songs.
Yeah.
So you're right. The music.
We were watching the video a couple weeks ago where Eagles literally wrote songs in dilapidated houses that became monsters.
Yeah.
In a house in Laurel Canyon.
Yep. And the music industry's gone even further. Same with movies. In your instance, it's that the good thing about it is everybody can do it now, and the bad thing about it is everybody can do it now.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
And so people like him aren't needed, really.
Yeah. And I mean, there is things to it. Like I said, I've got my movie, The Warrior, but that's not the only thing I plan on doing. And just because this movie doesn't hit, maybe this movie will.
Sure.
Or maybe this idea will hit. So it's about just continuing to grow and to try different things. So that's why I get irritated with people when it's just like, bro, like you don't understand that just because this one may not be your fancy, maybe this one is. You know what I mean?
That's why I don't like when people say they don't like the Beatles. I'm like, well, okay, like which Beatles song? Do you not like their hard rock stuff? Do you not like their countryish stuff? Because they're so much different types of music that they play that I don't think you can just uniformly not like them. Yeah, Phil's work. Well, Scorpio, Yeah, it was a lot of girl bands and early 60s, mid 60s hits.
Yeah.
He branched out with the Beatles, but that's only because he knew John Lennon. And then here's something I found out this morning, Derek. He produced the Ramones in the 70s.
Really? I didn't know that.
That is a match I can't imagine. And as a matter of fact, they interviewed the Ramones about it and they all hated him.
Oh, really?
Well, they said he was too meticulous. He wanted to, and the Ramones, they're a punk band. There's no fixing shit. You get in the garage, plug in and play, and that's it. And they were bitching because Phil Spector's like, well, that chord's wrong and that note's wrong. And they're like, fuck chords, who cares? It's a punk song. Just turn it up, make it loud.
I mean, I understand that, but they have to know his background now. So
Yeah,
I mean, I understand that you're looking at it from the artist perspective, but on the business look at it, you know what he brings. If you don't want his spectrumizing it, then don't hire him.
That's a good point. Well, the
You see what I'm
Ramones
saying?
didn't.
Like, that's why it's just like it gets irritating because I look at both sides. Because it's like, yeah, I look at the artist side, but it's like, you didn't have to fucking hire him. Tell him to go fuck off.
Yeah, but I mean,
there are some cases where the record label was pushing for it, and I completely understand that. That does happen, where the record label or the TV network or the production company or the producers or whatever is pushing for a certain sound or a certain whatever's trending or popular during that time, and I completely understand that. But that's not all the cases.
No, I view it may be a situation akin to like if you go to a bar and you meet a girl who's like a 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
And then you take her home and find out she's nuts. But it's too late then. She's already in your house. Maybe like that.
Too late.
Yep. Well, already brought her home. Damn it. Got to deal with it.
That was pretty funny.
But I just thought it was odd that he would produce a punk band. That does not sound at all like his wheelhouse.
Yeah, that doesn't seem, yeah. Let's see if he's trying something different, but yeah, that doesn't seem like his wheelhouse. There's no flutes or violins in the fucking.
No, I don't think I Want to Be Sedated did not have a large orchestral score to go along with it.
That's pretty funny.
I mean, knowing a lot of the people, I see them, and a lot of the producers are very frightened of their artists to tell them what to do. You know, I was talking with Cass Elliot the other night, and she said, "What are you going to do, Cass?" She says, "I'm going to go, I'm going to sing.
Well, maybe he was in tune a little bit with the Laurel Canyon crew.
If he was tight with Cass Elliot, then I guess so. Yeah. It's a good way to put it, Scorpio. Just kind of everything passed him by.
Yeah. But as the artist or the business side of things, you have to understand that we like Phil, but Phil has a very particular way of doing things. Maybe we need to branch off and do something different. Mm-hmm. So it's like, yeah, I can blame both parts. He's a weirdo and he's a genius, but he's got a particular way of doing things. And if you don't like it, then don't fucking hire him. Fuck that guy. So it's like when it boils down to, and with Spector and Manson and all this other stuff, I can look at things on both sides. I always can look at it both sides. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times somebody will give you their one side, but it's like, wait a minute, there's still another side.
Yeah.
It's not always just one person's opinion or whatever. There are multiple sides.
Right.
What are you going to sing? She said, I'm going to have all great composers write me a song. I said, you're going to call Irving Berlin up and go. I don't know what are you going to do? I figure, maybe you got this hit out now, you're singing an old time song, maybe. She said, no, I know. I'm going to I'm going to go to Dylan, I'm going to go to Donovan, I'm going to go to this one, all over, and I'm going to get their songs. Joni Mitchell, which is real death for Cass Elliot. I said, to me, that's like, you don't have to do that at all. Kate Smith is alive and well inside of you. Just do a tribute to her and you're going to sell 4 million albums to the adults. I mean, what do you want? Yeah, I'm going to get musicians and I'm going to form my own group and we're going to record spontaneity, with spontaneity right there, and that's it.
There you go.
So you're going to form another Lovin' Spoonful. That's really what you're doing. You're going to get 4 good musicians and they're going to back you up. What does it do? Well, you don't understand, Phil. It's and her producer, who's a talented boy, will go in that direction with her, instead of necessarily maybe going to Europe and recording with a 100-piece orchestra or doing something really phenomenal.
I mean, I kind of agree with him.
He's pretty much saying what I said.
Yeah.
But he's not needed anymore.
Well, he's not needed, but Cass Elliot was so set on doing it a certain way, and then she hires a producer that is a yes man, who's like, "Oh yeah, Cass, we'll do it this way for you." And then if it doesn't fucking work out, then the artist is gonna be like, "Wow, this producer was shit." So
That's true.
I kind of agree with him a little bit.
Yeah, you can't have a producer not allow them to have any say in anything and then blame them for the product.
Yeah. So I do agree with them in some instances, you know, where it's like, yeah, they're afraid of their artist because they're afraid to say no. Because the artist will be like, well, I'll just find somebody else. So, I mean, there is both sides. You know what I mean? It's not always just one-sided.
Yeah, that case is good for the artists because they have power now, whereas in the early 60s, they really didn't. So they'd be right to say, well, fuck off, we'll get somebody else. No, not always a good thing, but it's good to have that option as an artist, as opposed to just being owned by one particular producer.
Yeah, but
or
Cass Elliot didn't really have that great of a career after the Mamas and the Papas. It was okay. It wasn't amazing, but it was.
I just learned today she had a career after the Mamas and the Papas. I didn't know.
What was the hit song that she did after the Mamas and Papas?
I don't know any. Don't know any?
I don't know any. I don't know any either. Doesn't get radio play. I know that. the Mamas and Papas still get radio play today.
Sure.
So interesting.
Phenomenal with her, or making a joke and having her sing all the old songs beautifully, or making her sing the new songs. They get, you know, I don't know whether it's, you know, the thing to do is to be very in today, and it's very easy to talk people into doing things today. And these people have dynamic personalities, a lot of these artists, and they will compromise very little. Myself, I'm not actively involved in the record. It's been a couple of years now, so I can sort of look objectively at it, and I see them limiting themselves tremendously. They don't know whether they want to make a hit record. They don't know whether they want to make a star record. They don't know whether they make an impact record. They don't know whether they want to be a songwriter. They're not sure yet. So, you know, and to me, it's a record business. And when the needle goes on the record, it's the record that's going to tell where it's at, not necessarily. I mean, I've heard a lot of bad, you know, good songs go down the drain. I've heard a lot of bad records go down the drain, you know, because.
I mean, that's a forever motif where it's like the artist wants to do their own thing, the record producer wants to sell records, and there's this whole thing. Same thing with filmmaking. You got studios that want to spend a bunch of money, and you got the indie people, or you got somebody who's like, well, I want to do my own personal project. I don't want to do a studio project every time. So that's a thing that's been happening for how long?
Yeah, I mean, there's been tons of bands and tons of stories where the record label goes to them and goes, look, you got to write a hit or we're dropping you.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Yep.
You know, you need direction. And
it's one of those things where it's like, he was talking about this in 68, and we're in some ways we still talk about that stuff at 2025. So it's interesting how it's always been a thing.
Well, I mean, it comes down to money.
Yeah.
Really, in the end. If somebody
it's a record business, it's not a record friendship.
And that has not changed.
That has not changed.
That's why I really feel about 80% of the big talent in this country is being stifled. I mean, you have giants like the Everly Brothers, you have Elvis Presley, you have Roy Orbison, no direction. You know, they're just sitting around looking for some direction. They made a lot of mistakes, they may have gone with the wrong people, whatever, but direction is really the whole thing, and that's really what a producer's role is. As a director, he's supposed to direct you into what to do. And I don't see it really happening today. And
yeah, that was that
director,
was
he's supposed to.
That was a really cool video. I actually enjoyed that.
Me too. Interesting to hear his insights on the record business, which he knows a lot about.
That's true. He does. So yeah, that's Phil Spector, 1968. I thought it was really cool that we saw the insight of his thinking in 68. You know what I mean? And some of the things I'm in between about, but some of the things it's interesting that 2025 is something that you still have to think about some stuff like that.
Part of
if
what
you're going to make something, is it going to be popular enough for it to get some sort of traction? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you need money to make money.
Yeah.
So at some point, if you want to be a million selling artist, you got to find somebody with the money. And then once you're entwined with them, then they have a say in what you do. You lose a lot of freedom.
Yeah. Okay,
But
so this next video is only a minute long, and this is Phil Spector at his mansion. So this is going to bring us on into a few things that I've got to show about his mansion, because his mansion comes into play later in life when the girl comes up dead. It's all related.
His mansion, which I learned he continuously refers to as a castle.
It is a castle.
Well,
I'll show it to you.
But he will always say, in my home, which by the way is a castle, he always throws that in there. I would too. It's
What's
cool.
of a lord and manor of a castle.
Right.
Bashing earlier.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
Might have been. Which is crazy. Yeah.
But, for his ego, it fits.
Yeah.
Of course he would have a castle.
Okay. So, this next one is going to be, let's see here. Okay. So, Dearly Departed was a tour service in LA. And then he started a museum called, he had the Museum Death, and then he changed it and called it something else. And Scott is the one that Quentin Tarantino went to for all the information about the Manson stuff. So, what books was Abigail Folger reading, and who was smoking marijuana? I mean, down to the little things. So Scott is a wealth of knowledge. I really enjoy his videos. He could be a little bit wordy, a little bit boring, but I'm a history dork, and he talks a lot about Hollywood and music and everything else. So, I really enjoy his stuff. So definitely go check out Dearly Departed Tours with Scott Michaels. Great stuff. So we're gonna he kind of gives it like an intro, and then I'm just gonna kind of fast forward a little bit until when he's actually in the field. So
we've watched this guy before, right, Derek? Is
yes,
this the same guy? Okay, cool. Yep. No, he was good. Like his videos. It's not shared.
He'd been sober for quite a while, and since he was a regular here, the bartender questioned Phil, but all seemed okay. And they left around 1:45 that morning and headed to the House of Blues just to catch last call. And then Phil arrived here at the House of Blues.
The House of Blues on Sunset Boulevard only existed for.
I don't know if the structure's still there, but it was still there when I was in LA.
That place, wow.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the House of Blues then, or if it was just an abandoned bar. I don't remember. But yeah, I know exactly where it's on Sunset, or it was on Sunset.
A little over 20 years. It was a very well-known, very recognizable Los Angeles landmark, and it was destroyed in 2015.
There you go.
As I understand it, Phil went into the foundation.
2015, yep. Because I moved there 2008, so I knew it was there when I was there, but I just wasn't sure when they wrecking balled it.
Room. It's the VIP area, so people don't, have to fraternize with the little people. The House of Blues looks like a rusty old tin shack. In fact, they spent several millions of dollars on it to make it look like a rusty old tin shack. And the House of Blues has the foundation rooms, and one of the entrances to the foundation rooms is right here. Delana Clarkson would have been inside there checking people in at her little podium. Now, I think that he had his chauffeur drop off the blonde that he had dinner with, and came to the House of Blues. Got here about 1:45. They had met, Lana Clarkson and Phil Spector. He ordered a bottle of very expensive champagne, and the chauffeur returned, and they were chauffeured out to Alhambra, to Phil's house. How she was making her money, I don't know. She wasn't really doing a whole lot of acting, and she was working at the House of Blues. There are lots of rumors about what her career choice was, or what she was doing to make money. I have no idea what she was doing to make money. I do know that she met Phil Spector there that night and went home with him.
I have my suspicions, and it could just be complete hogwash, but young actress. She was in some B-movie stuff, did some commercial work. Who knows where she's getting her money from? I think she was some sort of prostitute.
The official story is that, well, first off, this was Phil Spector had gone on a date earlier that night, made the woman he was with uncomfortable, and she left. So he brought another date to this place, House of Blues, made her feel uncomfortable, and she left. So he wound up trying to hit on Lana Clarkson, who was a hostess at the House of Blues at the time.
Yeah.
And talked her into kind of hanging out with him, and the rest is, unfortunately for her and her family, history.
Which is wild, because that's 15 minutes.
Yep.
So she 1:45 when he walked in the door.
She was a model. She had some magazine spreads. Very pretty. So that's fair.
Oh, yeah, it's very pretty.
She tried to get in some acting. I think one of the movies she was in was called, oh God, Piranaconda, which is a great name for a movie.
There's a video that I didn't pull up because I didn't want YouTube to yell at me. She was wearing blackface.
Oh, Lord. That's not good.
Yeah.
So her acting career wasn't going that well, so she needed to get a job where she was trying to learn more about comedy so she could get comedy roles in movies as opposed to being the bombshell. And so the job she got was the House of Blues as a host.
So yeah, I still think sex work was involved.
Yeah, or she was a hooah. It could be that too. I don't know.
And I'm not saying that. We all know that there's some pretty girls that shake that thing to get what they need.
Sure.
So I don't want to say that she's a hooah, but I'm sure she shake that thing, especially she's going home with Phil Spector, by this time already had a reputation. I'm just saying is he'd already had a reputation for being a weirdo. And people talk. Women talk. So you're going to sit there and tell me that Lana Clarkson was a smitten kitten for Phil Spector and didn't at least have an idea? One of her girlfriends didn't say anything? I don't believe a lot of that stuff. I'm sorry.
Yes, the cynic in me would say that she's starting to get a little older. Her movie roles have dried up. She doesn't want to have this shitty job at the House of Blues and figures maybe she could shake this guy down for some cash if she bangs him.
Yes.
I mean, unfortunately, that's my thought.
Yeah. Agree.
Allegedly.
So I can look at it both ways. Yes, he's a pig. Yes, he's a scumbag. Yes, he went to jail for killing her. He is all those things. But for her not to know that this guy's a weirdo is unacceptable.
Yep.
Or she's willfully just looking away, which in my opinion, I think she did.
Yeah, she went to his house to get something, whether it be fame, money, something.
Something.
But she got something all right.
Something for the deal. Oh, yeah, she got something she didn't want.
No.
A limousine at 2:30 in the morning. That's what I know. So Lana was working as the hostess in the foundation room at the House of Blues, which was basically the VIP section. And when Phil Spector walked in, she was, "Excuse me, ma'am, you can't be in here." She thought he was a woman at first, because I mean, he's an unusual look.
So, right there, that if she thinks that he's a girl, how are you immediately attracted to this guy in 15 minutes? Come on.
Yeah,
like I'm
right.
not buying all this.
Yeah,
shit.
especially it's 3 a.m. and he's hammered and he's already allegedly chased one girl out for being a weirdo.
Yeah.
So I agree. Yeah.
I think a pretty girl had her. I'm not gonna say her mitts in it, but I think she had her angle, and unfortunately, it didn't end up favorable on her side.
Mm-hmm.
But I think she had her motive just as much as he had his.
Sure. Yep.
Guy, but I think somebody grabbed her and said, "Don't you know who that is?" And obviously didn't know it was a guy. And then she went home with him, like, "Oh yeah, they're just friends." They left the House of Blues about 2:30 in the morning and were driven by Phil's chauffeur to the Phil Spector's Pyrenees Castle in Alhambra. It's probably about 25 miles from the House of Blues.
The Pyrenees Castle is in Alhambra, California, which is a middle-class, working to middle-class neighborhood. And this outrageous 10,000 square foot mansion stands on a hill overlooking this city. It's got 10 bedrooms, 11 bathrooms. It was built in 1925. Phil Spector bought it in 1998 for a little over $1 million. Now, Phil was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He was a musical genius responsible for so many, the Righteous Brothers and the Ronettes and even the Beatles. He produced one of the Beatles albums, and just an iconic, an amazing, spectacular, talented genius. He was also crazier than a bag of hangers, and everyone knew it. And he give him booze and drugs, which he often had, he would go off, and often did go off. There are so many stories about him pulling weapons out and threatening people. Ronnie Spector said it happened on her wedding night because he threatened if she ever left him that he would take care of her. And at dinner parties, the Ramones made an album with him, and he famously waved a weapon around. And then even Joan Rivers had a story.
You know this. You're in the newspaper today.
No, I don't know.
You are.
Trouble?
I'm curious about that. No, you're in the paper because you sort of peripherally are involved in this Phil Spector case, and they brought it up in the paper.
He was at one of my parties.
You're kidding me. So you have this big party.
He was dating my manager at the time, Dorothy.
Right. Yeah, Dorothy.
And she brought him once before to my house, and it was very nice. He brought his own keyboard, and he played.
Wow.
And then he got drunk, and we asked him to go.
See, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Yep.
Complete Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Side note, I love Joan Rivers. I think she's the funniest female comedian of all time.
Oh, yeah.
She's great.
Because it was one of those things with Joan Rivers, it was one of those things where everybody knew what the joke was. And that there was sometimes people would push back on her. Because there was an interview that you can look up on YouTube where this woke fucking retard is trying to, grind on Joan Rivers.
Mm-hmm.
And Joan Rivers completely stops her in her tracks. And it's like, are you wearing shoes right now? Because she was talking about furs and everything, and this lady was like, "How could you wear furs and all kinds of stuff to mangled animals?" And Joan Rivers like, "Hold on, do you have shoes on right now?" And she's like, "Well, yeah." And "Oh, then you need to shut up."
Yeah. She did not suffer fools, and I love her for it.
Oh, she's great.
Yep.
So they went. Now it's my big Christmas party. So again, it's a big Christmas party. Dorothy says, I want to bring him.
And he shows up with that wild hair.
And the hair and the keyboard.
Phil Spector picked her up and took her to his home at about 3:30 a.m. on February 3rd, 2003. Spector's driver was sitting in the car listening to the radio when, at about 5:30 a.m., he heard a, quote, popping sound and went to investigate. After calling Phil Spector's secretary, the driver called 911.
911, what are you reporting?
Hi, my name is Adriano. I think my boss killed somebody.
Now, why do you believe he may have killed somebody?
Because you have a lady on the floor, and he has a gun in his hand.
Now, law enforcement arrived within a few minutes, and after speaking to the driver, they approached the mansion. And remember, it was all surrounded by forest, and they had no idea what they were walking into. So they were heading up very cautiously, and then the door opened, and Phil Spector came out. And he was babbling. He was incoherent, and to the officers, he seemed drunk. They demanded that he put his hands in the air, and he refused. He put his hands actually behind his back, and it looked as if he was going to reach for something in his nightshirt, which was covered in blood. And he began to back towards the house. And they didn't want to lose the sight line, so they fired a taser at him, but it caught his shirt, and it didn't disable him. So 2 other officers rushed him with what they call a ballistic shield and knocked him on his back. Then 2 other officers rushed past them and discovered Lana Clarkson's body.
This 5'3" guy has superhuman strength?
I guess they didn't want to take any chances. Who knows? The driver did say he had a gun, so they were probably concerned that he was going to. Clearly, they were concerned he was going to pull a gun out because whenever he put his hands behind his back, the cop tried to taser, but he's such a small target. I guess the cop missed. They're like, "Fuck it, let's just bump." Yeah. So I hit his hair. Yeah. fuck it. Let's just bum rush this fool and get it over
Grab
with.
The shields and just fucking power pack him.
Yep.
In the foyer of the house, covered in blood, her teeth scattered around the nearby carpet. This is the scene description written by the detectives. The scene is the rear foyer, ground level of the residence. Located in the foyer on the east side is the sideboard with chairs on either side of it. Directly across on the west side is a staircase leading to a second floor. The decedent, Lana Clarkson, is sitting stiffly with legs extended in front of her in the northernmost chair. Just to the left and beneath her left lower extremity, her leg, is a .38 caliber Colt. The weapon, upon inspection of the detective, showed 5 live rounds and 1 expended spear ammunition. Blood was noted on the grips, trigger guard, and the right side of the cylinder. 2 taser darts and cords are observed lying on the carpet in front and to both sides of the decedent. Observed directly in front of the decedent, next to the stairs, are 2 small white objects that appear to be tooth material. 2 more fragments are noted about halfway up the stairs. Several small bloody...
So what did he do? Pistol whip her?
Yeah, I mean,
Tooth
it's...
material?
I don't... Or blasted her in the mouth. I mean, knocked her teeth... I don't know. Don't know.
It's absolutely wild. Yeah, teeth fragment on the staircase right there in the middle.
areas are noted on the carpeting underneath the right side of the chair next to the decedent's handbag and right hand. It should be noted that while conducting an inventory of personal effects, I discovered, this is the detective, I discovered that the decedent's waist to ankle black skirt in her handbag along with long black dress gloves. According to Mrs. Clarkson, Lana's mother, when she was interviewed, the decedent had been wearing the long black skirt upon her leaving for work. The evidence collected were several prescription and over-the-counter medications from her handbag. All of the evidence was booked into evidence. The weapon and the possible dental fragments not found on the body were collected and booked by the LA Sheriff's Department.
It's just weird. We're in Alhambra, and there's nothing in Alhambra, and there's not even that many, terrifically huge mansions like this one. It just sort of stands out as quite unusual, which is actually what Phil Spector is, quite unusual. You can even see that he's got his name on the front of the gate over there.
The suspect was then taken to Alhambra police.
The mansion was purchased for $1.1 million. When he was indicted and thrown in jail, they put it on the market for $5.5 million. And it sold a couple of years ago for $3.3 million.
Dang.
Proceeds going to his, I guess, second ex-wife.
Oh, so he still owned it in jail.
I guess so, but his I think it was his ex-wife, not Ronnie Spector, but the other one was the one that sold the property and made the money.
Yeah, I have a little data regarding the castle.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have another part where it's a real estate agent and shows some pictures. And so we'll look at that after this video.
Cool.
Department and booked. The weapon, a .38 caliber Colt, was booked into evidence by the LA Sheriff's Department homicide. The investigation is still ongoing.
Okay, here.
Guilty of something.
This is like remember the crazy eyes that we talked about? We've talked about it many times. That's the crazy eyes right there.
Yep.
And it's wild that we watched a man who was eccentric making banger freaking hits. And that everybody said that he was a little weird, but he was the guy to go to if you wanted to hit record. And then you look at a picture like this, it's not the same guy. Correct? Right?
Yeah, and again, goes into what we were chatting about earlier. It could have something to do with the head injury he suffered.
I think it had a lot to do with it.
I do too. I mean, he might have been an asshole and crazy beforehand, but that knocked him into a new stratosphere of nuts.
And it's one of those things that's sort of the system would basically fail them, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he could be a lizard person for sure.
There you go. Yep.
The system kind of failed him, right? Because if you have a head injury, don't you need to get really therapy for pretty much the rest of your life.
I don't know what happened afterwards. Maybe he checked out.
I mean, like I worked with Gary Busey on Celeb Rehab,
Mhm.
and I met him for about 5 seconds, and I was excited because it's Gary Busey, for crying out loud.
Sure.
He was a lunatic. He is out there, but he's another one where he did a bunch of drugs when he was younger, and then he got into a motorcycle accident, smacked his head on a girder or on like a thing on the 101 freeway, and he's been a psychopath ever since. But he hasn't killed anybody.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me. You ever watch the Flintstones?
Yeah.
Eric, remember the one where Fred gets hit on the head with a bowling ball, and all of a sudden he's got a posh English accent?
Oh yeah.
I love how they fixed that. Barney's like, well, let's just hit him on the head again with the bowling ball. Maybe he'll go back to normal. And it worked. Genius.
It's also, he could potentially be a skinwalker. Now, when he was younger, I think it was different, but all of a sudden he like Mighty Morphin Power Ranger into a psychopath.
So he's either a psychopath, a lizard person, or a skinwalker.
Undetermined.
The autopsy is scheduled for the next day.
And they found some blood-spattered clothing. I guess Phil Spector was wearing clothes. And they found that in an upstairs room. So I think that that he had tried to clean it up a little bit to make it less about him. And according to at least one report, he had blood on his fingers. As I understand it, he said at some point, he said, "I didn't mean to shoot her." After his arrest, Phil Spector was quoted as saying, "I don't know what the lady, what her problem is, but she wasn't a security at the House of Blues and she's a piece of shit. And I don't know what her problem was, but she certainly had no right to come to my castle, blow her head open, ... And that's how it ends. And I think that's...
See, a lot of times you see these type of crimes, it's... you have skin in the game. You're pissed at the person. You hate the person. Maybe
Sure.
there's abuse. Maybe there's drugs involved. Like, this is a crime where he doesn't know this person. And it's that brutal. That's
Yep.
freaking crazy.
Yep.
That's just a psychopath. With no, like, I don't care about this person. I don't know this person. They're just like a meat puppet, basically.
Well, now that we've heard earlier that he had a penchant for blasting a gun every now and again in his studio. There are
Yeah.
several artists, John Lennon is one included, that verify that claim that if he got pissed, he'd just, like Yosemite Sam, pull out the gun and start blasting. Maybe he did that here and accidentally.
Little rootin' and tootin'.
He was rooting and tooting, and he rooted and tooted too hard and too accurately and actually hit somebody this time.
It's just, it's wild. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
going from 0 to 60 and that much hate just for somebody you don't know. That's wild. That's a rarity, because usually a lot of these people know each other or there's some sort of connection. There's no connection.
Nope.
Probably in his eyes, it's just some random hoe.
I'm sure it was.
And on her eyes, like I said, or on her side, she was going there for something.
Mm-hmm. Dollar
Money,
signs.
clout, whatever.
That is a testament to Phil Spector's character.
Within the autopsy report, it's noted that her cause of death is a gunshot wound of the head and neck. Entry, the oral cavity. Gray discoloration present around the posterior pharyngeal wound effect. No stippling, which means no gunpowder abrasions around the entrance wound. The projectile, a deformed copper jacket lead bullet medium caliber, and a small lead fragment are recovered from her skull and soft tissue at the base of the skull, respectively. Other associated injuries, fracture of the left gingiva, which is her gums, tongue laceration, hard and soft palate fractures and laceration.
He basically pistol whipped her. Basically.
Yep.
That's a lot of hate.
Of the posterior pharyngeal soft tissue, that's the tube in the back of your throat, which food and oxygen pass through. Base of the skull fractures, lung blood aspiration, upper central incisors with fractures, these are her teeth, and left lateral incisor with part.
It's almost like he got pissed at her, pistol whipped her, kept kept smacking her with a gun and then just shot her for good measure.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Of the enamel absent, that's what they found on the staircase. Right and lower medial leg contusion, right medial wrist contusion. These are all bruises. Right posterior lower leg contusions, right thumb acrylic nail diagonal fracture. So her fingernail was broken.
And
But
Phil
the
Spector
entry
was trying to
wound
say she
direction
killed herself.
through the tissues is
Yeah, it's like the magic bullet theory.
Yeah, what? Thanks, motherfucker.
So her thumbnail and her thumb was broken because she was probably in the defensive thing trying to like defend herself, and he smacked her with the freaking pistol.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the pistol's what, 10 pounds of steel, smacking the crap out of somebody. Yeah, that's crazy.
front to back and slightly upward, so it was actually the roof of her mouth. There was no evidence of medical intervention. Here are the clothes. A black jacket previously cut by the criminalist in an upward direction along the midline back, size large, the brand Vertigo Paris. A black slip with focal red stains dried on the front. Black shoes. 9 West brand. No size indicated. Black nylons. The left hip shows blood present from prior movement of the body. There's also amber glitter painted toenails of the decedent. Black underwear, Brazilian or tango type cut made by Fredericks of Hollywood. A black bra, no size indicated, with the brand Felina. Now at the actual scene.
And there's a Fredericks of Hollywood just down the street from where the House of Blues was.
Oh.
So she obviously lived in the area or something. Or she was ready to party, one of the two.
They discuss the injuries as well, and rigor mortis was at +4 for the legs, ankles, arms, wrists, elbows, and shoulders, hips, jaw. The hips at 3, jaw 4, and neck at 2. They also noted fly eggs in her right external auditory, in her ear, and her right anterior chest.
So yeah, rigor mortis was already setting in. So
oh man,
that's like how long was it by the time that she was passed versus when they found the bodies and all that stuff? When did the caretaker or the lawn guy call? You know what I mean?
Yeah, apparently he called after he heard the big loud bang. Is what he says anyway.
Oh, that's what he said, is when he heard the big loud bang. So so he heard the big loud bang, but she was already pistol whipped. Like she was already down. It's kind of weird that he didn't actually go check it out, right? Or was he afraid of his life?
I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't have gone in there. I'd have done what he did and called the cops.
10 pounds.
Apologies, Scorpio.
That's
Neither
way too heavy.
Neither Derek nor I are firearm experts.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a fire. Handguns are 15 or 1.5 pound range. So he'd almost have to be hitting her to have that much damage if it's only 1.5 pounds. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, he was drunk in rage. He probably had drunk strength, and then it's like I guess brass knuckles don't weigh that much, but if you get punched by him, they're gonna hurt. So yeah. So it sounds like there was a struggle. He pistol whipped her in the face and then shot her.
And she was large. She was big, right? She was like 5'10", 5'11".
Was she? That I don't know.
So she might have been a large. She might have just been larger than him.
Yeah, if she was a model, she was probably pretty tall. Usually models are
6
tall.
foot, 5'10", 5'11". Yeah.
That are subsequently collected by the criminalist back at the autopsy room. So she was there long enough for there to be fly eggs, which I find fascinating. Her right fingernail, thumb noted with diagonal fracture, white acrylic nails, otherwise of medium length and not long. And the description of the clothing was supplied earlier. In addition, a circumferential choker is observed around her neck. And in the purse, the decedent also has a black dress skirt.
I mean, pretty girl.
Oh yeah.
Blonde hair, blue eyes, just your type.
Just my type.
And a pair of black soft mesh style hand gloves with long sleeves. Her gastrointestinal system, the esophagus is intact, the stomach is not distended, it contains 180 milliliters of brown liquid and white soft particulates, of which the exact contents cannot be identified. The brain and spinal cord are placed in a formalin solution for further fixation and exam.
Wonder if he poisoned her. It didn't seem like it, but maybe, I don't know. You know what I mean? She was poisoned and she was kind of like disoriented, and then he just started freaking nailing her.
Might have slipped something in her drink at the old House of Blues before they left, maybe. Slipped her a Mickey. Slipped her a Mickey.
Yeah, could be. Because he got there at 1:45.
That's crazy.
And, I mean, if they have the VIP, they still can't serve after 2.
Maybe they have different rules in the VIP, because apparently the story is that they were drinking until like 3:30 in the morning before they left.
Well, he had a chauffeur, so they could have been drinking in the limo.
Oh, that's true. Yep.
He might have slipped or something in the limo. Who knows?
Also removed were skin from her right wrist, right forearm, right forearm wrist, and photographs, of course, were taken of the body while in the autopsy room. And for toxicology, there have been samples taken of her blood, heart, femoral, EDTA, and vacuum intact purple top tube, and those were collected at 11:55 a.m. For toxicology. They also did an exam to see if there were any activity that she may have not have consented to of the intimate nature. So the opinion of the medical examiner: this 40-year-old Caucasian woman died as a result of a gunshot wound to the head and neck while in the accompaniment of a male at his residence. She was found slouched in a chair with her legs stretched out in front of her. The entrance wound of the oral cavity to include the tongue shows gunshot residue consistent with close range of fire. It also should be noted that there was no history of any sort of self-harm with the victim, and there was no note found at the scene. Based on history, circumstances, law enforcement, police reports, and autopsy is currently known, the manner of death is homicide. During that trial, it was a mess. It was a sideshow. Phil Spector was showing up in ridiculous wigs and ridiculous outfits, and they were being so nasty.
Like anytime anybody ever talks about Phil Spector, they always show this picture with the and all it was is a wig, and because he's nuts.
The balls to wear that wig in public.
Does he have the eyes though? That just like. That says creepy eyes, right?
Yeah, he does have the dark, empty eyes.
Yeah.
That usually nutty people and ex-wives have.
What I do? It's crazy. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
About Lana Clarkson's reputation, saying that she was a desperate, broke actress and she was trying to latch on to Phil Spector. And then they were saying that she took her own life in Phil Spector's home after only meeting the guy for an hour. And she's sitting 10 feet from the door, and she's got her purse over her shoulder, and she's like ready to leave.
I was going to say, do you think that maybe, and this is just speculation, everybody. This is just speculation for content purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that he was trying to get physical with her, she turned him down, and then he got fucking pissed and started fucking nailing her?
Yes.
And then, because she's close to the front door, because on those pictures, the door's like, she's literally 15 feet from the door.
Yeah, she's probably trying to get the fuck out.
Yeah. And then maybe he hit her from behind, or maybe he was basically like, no, stop, and she kind of turned at him and just freaking nailed him or whatever, you know? Shit's fucking crazy.
And all of a sudden she's going to take her own life. So they were pretty nasty to her. There were accusations of one of the teams hiding crucial evidence that complicated things, and well, the jury just couldn't decide. They could not come to a conclusion, and they declared it a mistrial. After 6 months of an investment into this trial, they declared a mistrial. So a year later, a second trial began, and finally a guilty verdict was declared. Mm-hmm. And additionally, he was found guilty of...
Oh, yeah, he had a massive freaking ego.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. How dare you talk to me like that? You know who I am? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what do you mean you're leaving? You don't have free will.
Yeah. And because he'd already had, and we had talked about this earlier. I don't know, Ragin, I don't know if you were here, but like, I guarantee that there was something in it that she on her end, there was something in it for her. The guy's not a very attractive guy, but the guy is a very influential guy. He's a very rich guy. So I think that she went there with other motives on her own, but that doesn't give that. Even if she has motives, her dying is still the problem and why he was in prison.
Yeah, he mentioned that she was a down on her luck, kind of fading, aging actress, which true given her film work, and she was 40 at the time.
And that conversation probably happened where she probably told him like, yeah, I'm in some stuff and I'm trying to figure out my career, so I'm working here. You know what I mean? Like small talk that would come up, right? So he used it against her, basically, like, oh, she's a has-been and never was, and how dare she glom on me? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Using a firearm in the commission of a crime.
But you would use that to somebody that you know, not somebody you met literally for an hour. That's wild.
Well, it's hard to get in the mind of somebody who's a nut.
Yeah.
So who knows what his thought process was?
Crime, which added another 4 years to the sentence, which, whatever. And on May 29th, 2009, he was sentenced to 19 years to life. He served a little over 11 years when he finally died in custody on January 16th of...
Look at that.
Just, holy smokes.
My God.
They could at least put that wig on him.
Life was not... He doesn't deserve life to be that kind to him. Piece of shit. And he died of COVID-19. What a fucking puss.
Not the rumor, but people speculate that he had Parkinson's.
Oh, yeah. She was a pretty girl, Ragin, for sure. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt about it. I just think that he had his intentions because he's a psychopath, but she also had hers. Because I'm a firm believer that people don't do something just because. I'm sorry. And this guy already had decades of a reputation for being a fucking douchebag. Mm-hmm. It's not like all of a sudden he was popular and she didn't know. No. This guy was around for decades. And you're gonna tell me that the girlfriends at the bar didn't say anything to her about like, hey, this guy's kind of a guy. He's kind of a weirdo.
I don't know. She might just have decided not to listen to him, I guess.
Yeah. Or maybe that's what it was, is they had said something to her at the bar and she didn't want to listen to him. And then when it actually was happening at his house, she wanted to jet. And he's like, oh, fuck no, you're not. You know what I mean? So it might have been, both things could be true for sure.
2021. He died of symptoms related to COVID-19. He was 81 years old. Bye.
What a fucking puss.
I wonder if he had the song He Hit Me and it felt like a kiss playing in the background while all of this was going on.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
So he put out videos after the incident trying to blame the police for not rushing in and saving the girl that clearly had just tried to kill herself. They were crazy videos of him. Just like he sat in a chair. He had somebody film him for like 10 minutes and he was explaining, oh, these cops, they could have saved her life and they didn't even bother. It was insane. Yes, she miscalculated the kind of crazy she was dealing with.
Yeah. I'm just saying that, like, if I met a girl and we're getting along, I'm not immediately having that. I mean, it's hard to. Yeah, this guy's a freaking psychopath, so it's hard to put logic to it.
Right. That's what I was going to say. You're not a
psychopath. They literally knew each other for an hour, and he treated her like she was like his property or some shit.
Yes. To a normal person, that's certainly not acceptable. Acceptable behavior, but he was a psychopath. So
so it's like all the rules are.
Yeah.
This guy's a nut job. Okay, so this. Let's do one of these things. Okay, so this one, Yeah, you guys should be able to see it pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
This is talking about the actual castle itself. So in the 1920s, as the area around Los Angeles was changing from swelling ranchos to dense metropolis, construction began on the castle overlooking it all. So the castle on the hill, basically. The guy named Sylvester, who had become wealthy in Los Angeles by farming and raising sheep. Wow, farming and raising sheep got him that big-ass house. Had a dream to recreate the castle of his youth spent in the mountains of France. The house was completed in 1925, and the family moved in with the wife, Anna, moved in with 4 children. That's still a big house for 6 people. You know what I mean?
It's
Extended family from both U.S. and Europe soon followed. So he was planning on a big family moving in, basically, and then when he had the house created.
Mm-hmm.
Family called the house on the hill, and those early days of laughter and children could be heard coming from the turrets and the fragrance of homemade wine from the cellar. Dupree was a private family, which led to rumors of the castles being hiding out gangsters and ghosts. Stayed in the house, Sylvester, until his death in 1927 or 37, when the house was sold and turned into apartments. Could you imagine that big ass house turning into apartments? With the children having grown up and moved out, Anna stayed in the house in her room that became her apartment until her death in 1949. At the time, it fell abandoned for several years until being purchased in 1980 by a businessman who began to task to renovate the property back into its former glory, basically. The job was bigger than expected, and he foreclosed in 1990. The castle sat empty for nearly a decade until it purchased by music producer Phil Spector in 1999. Spector lived in the house until his incarceration in 2007. Stayed in the house, the family, until his death in 2021. So yeah, so he owned it until then, and then it probably went into foreclosure or something, or his estate sold it or something like that.
Yep. It's amazing to me that he shot the girl in whatever it was, 2003, right? Is that what it was?
Something like that.
And he was running free until he got incarcerated in 2007.
Which is wild. How did it take that long to... She was shot by his gun. There's blood on his body, on his clothing, on his floor. It's wild to me.
I wonder if they banned him from the House of Blues, Derek. Do you think that happened?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Okay, so this one right here that I'm sharing. This is crazy to think about. Okay, so does that staircase look familiar to anyone? This is on Google Maps. This is the house where Lana Clarkson lost her life. On Google Maps.
It's weird.
Some of the bedroom right there. Weird looking house, right? Like all kinds of different angles and everything.
Yeah, that
right there.
room.
So yeah, she died. Her teeth were found in the middle of this staircase.
Ugh.
Her body was basically right here, like on the bottom. Is that plant and those candles for Lana? Probably.
Probably, yeah. Otherwise, it'd be. I can't think of another reason you'd have candles on the floor in the foyer of a castle.
Kind of a cool house, but it's like knowing here's the outside of it.
Wow, look at that.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, no kidding.
And Phil Spector lived there by himself. What
That
the
is
hell?
wild to me.
That's wild. What in the holy hell?
Well, like, what's the point?
Yeah.
Like, why?
Freaking cool ass room. Cool ass place. I couldn't live there because of the lure and knowing that somebody was literally murdered like near my stairs.
Mm-hmm. But you're right. Why would somebody like I live in a very small apartment. I could move to a bigger one, but I like why?
Yeah.
It's just me. What do I need more space for? I'm good.
So you could probably rent it for weddings and stuff, and I think somebody did. I thought there was.
That's a little morbid.
It is a little morbid. I mean, are people that unknowledgeable of what happened in there? They can't possibly be that dumb, right?
Somebody in the wedding party had to know the story, but maybe the bride and groom.
Lana Clarkson's body and her blood stains are right here. Cool. Sweet.
Hey, a tooth.
It's wild. Because that picture is basically shows in the background, you see that fountain. So if you walk through that door about 20 feet was the staircase, and she died right there. That's just wild that you can just look at Google Maps and it shows you.
It's a shame that such a beautiful property is now kind of stained with that story.
Yeah.
Because it's an amazing mansion.
It's absolutely beautiful. Mm-hmm. Just wild.
Well, what a terrible end.
Wild and crazy.
Terrible end to a little asshole.
Yeah. It
well,
still
not
blows
terrible.
me away that he lived there by himself.
I'm sure he had his servant, like that dude in the video, rolling down with glasses of wine. I mean, I think when you have that much money, you're just bored. I think probably why he drank so much too. That's when I drink. It's because I'm bored. There's nothing else to do. I'm like, some beer. Why not?
Booze it up a little bit. It's okay.
Yeah, let's pass the time.
Okay, so I've got a couple videos. Okay, so this video is a minute, and he's talking about somebody interviewed him, and he's talking about John Lennon getting killed. Like he's one to talk, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
This was it doesn't say the date.
Do you think John Lennon was assassinated?
I don't know. If he, as I said earlier, if he wasn't, they did a hell of a job. If they did, I mean, they got rid of so many great ones, and if they didn't do it purposely, they might as well have, because I mean, if Mark Chapman was a dupe like Lee Harvey Oswald was, then you know he was the perfect dupe. They couldn't have picked a crazier guy. You know, he's perfect for the role. And he was about to start to talk, John. He was about to start to become active. It's the perfect time to get rid of him.
Here's the thing that's it makes me curious is his hands. He can't keep them still.
Well, that's why people speculate that he had Parkinson's. Because even in the video I watched of him talking, his hands were shaking nonstop. It's either that or DTs.
This is after he's accused of murder, right? He's in jail? No, because he's got a piano behind him. They're not going to let him have a jail.
No, he's...
This has got to be before he killed Lana Clarkson. So was he...
Yeah, I would think so, sure.
Come here, bitch!
I don't mean to pistol whip you. I just can't help it.
That's kind of weird, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's certainly a probability.
Conspiracy theorist Phil Spector. There is a documentation saying that John Lennon was on the FBI's watch list. Actually, he was for sure. They had eyes on him, but that was in the early 70s.
Man, I'm glad to have you on the show. Yeah. And we can talk a little bit about that. Number one, why would they ask Phil Spector about John Lennon's death? Because he worked with him for so many years?
Mm-hmm. They were pals.
And then why would Phil Spector be like, wow, he was going to talk and, yeah. It's kind of weird, right?
That I don't know. I think when John Lennon had his, what they call the lost weekend in LA, when Yoko kicked him out, Phil Spector was one of the people that were around him during that time.
Okay.
Boozing it up. So that's probably why they asked Phil Spector, because he was close to him.
He's boozing it up.
That's what he did.
But he had the crazy eyes. He already had the car accident, so he was all fucked up.
I wish he would have taken Yoko Ono home to the castle that night instead of Lana Clarkson.
Oh, no. What are you doing?
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Ah, ba-bunch. Okay, so we're gonna watch a couple more videos about the Lana Clarkson and so let me pull it up.
Lana Clarkson's death was a tragic event in 2003 that involved a well-known music producer and cast a shadow over Hollywood. Here's a summary. The victim, Lana Clarkson, an actress who appeared in B-movies and sword and sorcery films in the 1980s, was trying to make a comeback in Hollywood. The incident, on February 3, 2003, Clarkson met record producer Phil Spector while working at the House of Blues in Los Angeles. They went to Spector's mansion, and later that morning, Clarkson was found dead inside the house with a gunshot wound to the mouth. The suspect, Phil Spector, known for his innovative music production techniques, became the prime suspect. The investigation. Spector's driver testified that he heard a gunshot and saw Spector come out holding a gun, claiming,
His right here, it's crazy eyes right there. He's under suspicion.
Yeah.
I think I killed somebody. Spector initially claimed it was an accidental suicide, but prosecutors argued it was murder.
Accidental suicide.
Mm-hmm.
See, just happened to hit her teeth and they're smashed all over the place. It's crazy.
Bruised up her legs.
Yeah. Bruised up her legs, and she did it all herself, right?
Yep, on accident. Whoops.
Crazy.
The trials. Spector's first trial in 2007 ended in a hung jury. In a retrial in 2008, he was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 18 years to life in prison. He died in prison in 2021. The case highlighted the dark side of Hollywood and the dangers faced by women in the industry. It also sparked discussions about gun violence and the treatment of celebrities. Here are some additional points to consider.
Treatment of celebrities, what? Okay.
Reaching.
Yeah, you're reaching.
Clarkson's friends and colleagues described her as a talented and ambitious woman struggling to find her place in Hollywood. The case against Spector relied heavily on circumstantial evidence and witness testimony. Spector's conviction was a significant moment, holding a powerful figure accountable for his actions.
Okay, this video is kind of a little bit confusing because there's an awful lot of stuff with, like, her teeth and her blood is on his floor, and the gun that was in front of her was owned by Phil Spector. So,
It's an AI script, Derek. This is why you don't let AI write your videos.
Exactly. So yeah, this one is kind of a little different. Okay, it's retarded. We're just gonna say it's retarded. That's all we're gonna say. That one is retarded. So okay, so there's a couple other ones. What's going on, Elemental? What's up, buddy?
Welcome to our true crime channel.
Dum, dum, dum. Okay, here's another one I'm going to share. Yeah, these last few are just talking about Lana Clarkson from different perspectives and stuff.
Tonight on Primetime Live, she was a stunning, statuesque actress, a true Hollywood beauty.
Look at those eyes. Look at that smile.
Lana Clarkson, shot dead inside the Gothic mansion of the eccentric music genius Phil Spector.
Actress Lana Clarkson
Gothic mansion? All right.
dead inside the Phil Spector home.
But was it murder as he's charged with, or something else as he angrily claims?
I was held in jail for 6 hours.
Who was Lana Clarkson, and how did she end up dead in that mansion? Ahead, testimony from grand jury witnesses and exclusive interviews with her family that may turn the case upside down. Primetime Live, anchored by Diane Sawyer, Chris Cuomo, Cynthia McFadden, and John Quinones.
Good evening. Our lead story tonight is about an actress you may have seen on TV, but
You like some of the talent, Chris Cuomo.
I know. Yeah.
We're not going to watch too much of this because it's going to just rehash. They interview her, I think her sister and her mom. So I kind of wanted to focus on that. So we're going to go pretty much to that right here.
His company because she played John Ritter, Jack Tripper's love interest.
Jack Tripper! Sharon,
And she was threatening him. She's like, Jack Tripper, if you don't tell me what's going on. And then she like puts her hand up.
Tell me what's going on around here. I think I'm going to give you the... No.
And he like
Down girl.
pulls her hand down.
Down girl.
It's funny.
Well.
As for that label of B-movie star, like most Hollywood actors, Lana did her share of low-budget films, but with legendary director Roger Corman, who launched the careers of Jack Nicholson, Robert De Niro, and Sandra Bullock.
Lana was a good actor who took her
Yes, he did.
work seriously.
He cast his promising new discovery in Deathstalker, then Barbarian Queen, with 2 sequels.
I've always felt that she should have had a stronger career. She was very tall, and possibly taller than many of potential leading men, and I think that worked against her.
You officers can be so resourceful.
In her mother's heart, she was always a fighter and a survivor, until that fatal night. As for Phil Spector, he hardly makes a good impression.
He looks like a poodle. Did he not? Did he not
Yeah.
look like a poodle?
Yep.
Even as he sits in court, he shows his utter disdain for the criminal justice system. But do his eccentric ways mean he's capable of killing? Which brings us back to that dark castle, the scene of her death 2 years ago.
Take it to... Let's see here.
The last time you saw her.
Yes.
That's her mom.
Poor thing.
An autopsy confirms Lana Clarkson suffered a single fatal gunshot wound to the mouth. There were also fresh bruises to both her hands,
We do
right
love
forearm,
low-budget films.
and left leg, and a broken thumbnail. Signs of a struggle before the shooting?
I think the evidence will speak for itself.
Crime scene.
Yeah, that's it right there. We looked at the pictures of it.
Yeah.
I would not buy that place. I'm sorry. I'm not staying there. I'm not buying that place.
I wouldn't buy it just because there's no point in buying a place that big, and I don't have the money. But other than that, I'd live there. Whatever.
Yeah. She was 6'1". Yeah, tall. She was a tall girl. She's gorgeous.
See, that's the defense should have focused on the height problem. Like, wait a minute, he pistol whipped her in the face. He's 5'4". She's 6'1". How's that
Yep.
possible?
How is that possible?
Did we find a step ladder near the exit?
Yeah, like, hold on. Before I whip your ass, let me go grab a...
Let's go get a ladder.
Hold on. Okay, bitch. Oh, man.
Scene investigators say they find Lana Clarkson's blood in places she could not have left it. On a door, on the banister leading upstairs, on the white jacket Spector was wearing that night, on a cloth found in the bathroom, and on the gun. But the gun had been partially wiped.
the coroner's report goes on to say that Phil Spector is standing nearby with his hands in his pockets. When he refuses to pull them out, police hit him with a taser, and he's arrested.
This man was tasered in his own home,
Broken nose and 2 black eyes and 50,000 volts of electricity shot through me, unarmed, invited the police into my house.
Oh, see that right there? So I liked Phil's music career, but right there, he's just being a psychopath.
I hate lawyers. They just
I didn't
lie
do
with
anything. They just tried to tase my ass.
lie with such conviction.
Yeah.
Obvious. But oh well, that's their job.
But yeah, that's I wanted to get a little bit of that. It's completely wild where he's just like, I didn't do anything. This bitch just all of a sudden went crazy on me.
Yep.
Even though I do have a reputation of waving pistols around and
Yep.
being aggressive toward women.
Yep. She was trying to run out the door. Stop her.
That was a good
I'm going straight to hell. Thank you.
She's trying to run. Okay, so this one's a 2-minute Phil Spector multi-face. I'll do this one right here. Okay, so if you're accused of murder, are you gonna have a big old smile on your face?
If I'm a psychopath, I might.
I had another question about the photograph that's all over the internet of you with the afro. And what I thought was, I think he has a sense of humor. So, what was with you with that?
That was a tribute to Ben Wallace, the Detroit Pistons forward. It took me 4.5 hours to get my hair that way. I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I worked till 8 o'clock with Rochelle to get my hair that straight.
Okay.
What?
I got multiple shit to say about this. Number one, he has zero connection other than making maybe one record or two in Detroit. Number two, Ben Wallace wasn't part of the Detroit Pistons until well later. Like around this time, they won a championship.
Mm-hmm.
He's just making shit up.
That's a pretty good one, though.
He was probably watching Sports Center or some shit and was just like, "Oh, I like that dude. That guy's fro. It's cool."
I love that
all of a sudden he's gonna come up with a fro at fucking court.
He's trying to play it off like that's actually his hair. It took him 4.5 hours to get his hair to look like that. I'm like, dude, stop it.
But Phil, your blood and her blood and your gun and everything. But it wasn't me though. It was crazy. Like, just the obvious.
The audacity of the man.
Yeah, where it's just like, oh, I don't know, it's crazy. I don't know what's going on. Like it's my house and it was my guest and it's her blood and it's my gun, but I don't know what happened. It's crazy. Like it's weird, right?
Yeah.
It's psychopath behavior, and it has to be. And they said that he potentially could have been bipolar, but do you think does bipolar show up after you smack your head on or is he always bipolar?
I think they had mentioned they suggested that diagnosis before his car accident. So that goes
he's a little off before smacking his head on the frickin'.
Yeah, he's a narcissistic psychopath prior to the accident, and then the bonk to the head just put him up in the stratosphere.
Yeah, because nobody's gonna pay attention to him if he's just odd. He's making hit records, and now all of a sudden his oddness turns into action. That's where the problem is.
I think people expect people at this level of genius to be quirky and odd, but not, psychopathic.
Yeah, because there's odd birds out there that they're not committing crimes.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the arrogance and just, well, I did a homage for my favorite Detroit Piston, and
that story came out of nowhere.
Huh?
That's what Ben Wallace. What?
Who spends 4 hours on their hair and be like, it's for my buddy, but I don't know.
Straight up in the air like that. She permed it. She did everything to it. And Ben Wallace is a forward who's the most valuable defensive player of the year. He used to be with the Detroit Pistons the year they won 2 years ago. He wore his hair like that. And it was a tribute to Albert Einstein and Beethoven. It was done in jest, but I was wearing my hair like Albert.
Who does that?
Yeah, it was inspired by Beethoven, Albert Einstein, and Ben Wallace. There are 3 names that have probably never been in the same sentence until I just did that sentence. Ever. It's amazing.
I can understand if he came in with like an Elvis haircut or something, but it's just like 3 random names that he just pulled out of a fucking hat. Like, what a fucking weirdo.
Albert Einstein in those days. I was wearing my hair like Dylan, and nobody was making fun of Dylan.
That was also the 50s and 60s there, homo.
Right.
God damn.
Right. Also, they weren't on trial for murder.
And they were not on trial for fucking murder in their house.
I spent a lot of time on it in tribute to Ben Wallace and tribute to Albert Einstein, but it photographed far beyond my wildest dreams. But I had been wearing my hair that way for about 8 months to a year, and it never photographed that way. I have pictures. That day, it got a little extreme. It got a little extreme, but photographed for some reason in one photograph, only in one photograph.
So they're like, okay, Phil, you're up for murder, and we're gonna look at your case here, and we're gonna see what's going on. What I need you to do is just stay calm and stay in your house and put your hair up like Ben Wallace. What?
I do love that there's a video just dedicated to his afro. I think it deserves its own video.
Yeah, because everybody, anytime that you ever say Phil Spector, they said he killed somebody and he had a weird fucking haircut.
Right.
So I saw this and I'm like, you know what? It's dedicated to his fucking hair, which is kind of a thing that people remember.
Photograph in a dark setting, in a particular camera lighting, photograph much puffier and bigger than it actually was. There are other pictures from the same day that don't look that way. In that courtroom, it looked that way. And I didn't know how big it was and how puffy it was. And I didn't know the press was going to have a field day with it. Jay Leno said that I looked like I had been electrocuted already.
So most times, don't they tell you to just sit in the courtroom, dress nice, shut your mouth, let your lawyer work? No, this dude is like, you know what? I'm going to make an afro like fucking Ben Wallace.
I wonder if his lawyer said, bro, can we tone that down a little bit?
Man?
Not helping me up here.
Because the first trial was a mistrial, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they came back at him and had more evidence than all she wrote.
Yep.
So was this during the mistrial or was this during the actual court case?
I don't know.
I mean? It's hard to say. Still weird.
We need to do more research into his afro.
Yeah, into the afro research.
Ready. I didn't mean to be that comical. I meant to have a sense of humor, but we went beyond the extreme, and nobody pointed out to me.
Fucking murder trial. Who does that?
Well, I mean, he's just trying to inject a little levity to the situation. You know.
I'll just make everybody laugh and fucking sing, and we'll do run into the courtroom. See? Like, who fucking does this shit?
Because it didn't look that way in person. It photographed, the darkness, the lighting, the camera, the shadows, the background.
I would be crying like a fucking bitch, and he's worried about his hairstyle. Like, what is going on right now?
He's really angry about this. This camera angle didn't reflect his Ben Wallace inspired hairdo.
It doesn't matter if I'm going to be in jail for 30 years. It's all about the fucking aesthetics.
Yeah.
It's all
Puffed it up to 2 or 3 times its size. It was like there were images behind me.
But I actually thought, here's a guy who'll go to court with like a Jufro, and
It didn't bother me, though. I just didn't know they were going to make an issue about it.
But as I've gotten to know you and looked at you, I think that you actually sometimes do things for effect, and sometimes you do it for a joke that you see that they don't see.
I just don't like the idea that anybody doesn't think I'm taking this not seriously.
Okay. So out of all the...
I don't see a guy taking it serious.
No.
I don't.
Here's his legacy, Derek, that he's left behind. Genius music producer, top 5 of all time for sure. Killed a woman, giant afro. I submit to you, Derek, that what will have the longest legs out of those 3 and will be remembered for years to come will be the afro.
Yes.
People will forget the music. Nobody listens to fucking Do Run Run anymore. They'll forget he killed some B-movie actors, but that afro, evergreen content. So salute to you, Phil Spector, for your great work in afros.
But okay, so I've got 2 left. I've got one that's a interview with Phil Spector, 1972, talking about his Christmas albums, and then I have another one. It's another one of those audio things, and this is Phil Spector in 1975. And earlier we listened to a thing where he was in the middle of it. He was in the middle of making all those hit records. Mm-hmm. So I was curious, like, that time span. And this is after he smacked his head, right? So this is going to be
74 was when he smacked his head.
Oh yeah, this interview is 75.
Oh, I thought you said
So it's got to
72.
be
Okay.
just after, right?
Mhm.
So he's pretty much the beginning of his Cuckoo for Cocoa Puff stage, right?
Mhm.
So, okay, we're going to listen to this weirdness.
A Christmas album, huh?
Yeah.
Cultural appropriation.
Yeah, it's weird that he made relevant Christmas music. What?
Not even a Christian.
He's not
Like a
even
Hanukkah
Christian.
album.
I don't. You got me, man. This dude. That's why we're doing this live stream video, because this shit is so weird. It just makes you shake your head.
Yep.
Where it's like, on one instance, the dude is a fucking genius, makes banger freaking songs. On the other hand, is just pure fucking cray cray.
It's what the fuck Wednesday on Sunday.
Yeah, no shit.
But I mean, you were a smart-ass kid of about 20, 21 coming in there, weren't you?
I'm still a smart-ass kid at 35. Watch me work.
But I mean, in those early days, it turned out right. That was the thing. That's why those records are still as valid today. They're not golden oldies. I mean, your logo was right. Tomorrow's Sound today. You can never get your asshole under the Trade Description Act.
What was that again?
In England, we have a thing called the Trades Description Act. If you advertise something, and you can prove that the advertisement is incorrect or it's false, then you can sue the person. But none of your records, if you put them out today under the...
See, you can, and this is probably me just kind of leading into it, but in the first video that we watched, he couldn't wait to tell how awesome he was and how the music industry is something that he's good at, and some of these other producers can't do it the way that I do it. Like, he couldn't wait to fucking basically say he was the best person ever. This one, he's just like, meh. And the person interviewing him is trying to give him a leading question so that he answers a question, and he's just like, meh, okay.
Yeah, the guy asked him like a 40-second rambling, easy softball question, and his response was, "What? I'm sorry, what?"
What? I wasn't paying attention. What?
I thought at first that was Phil Spector.
Weird.
I thought it was Phil Spector talking at first. I'm like, wait a minute. Why is he got an English accent? I was like, it's the Fred Flintstone theory. It was true. Conked in the head, and all of a sudden he sounds like King Edward IV.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to. That's why we listened to the first one, and then now it's like a complete different person. It's so fucking weird.
Tomorrow's Sound today, you couldn't be busted on
his
Trade Description Act. Because they're not golden oldies that are as valid today as when you first recorded them. And the fact that other people use them as reference points when they're trying to do certain things. I mean, you've heard all the imitations. I'm damn sure you have.
Are they still making them today?
Well, there's what you call it. You got people like Roy Wood and Wizard just virtually rewriting the songs.
Who's doing the interview, or who's being interviewed?
In England. But when you went in the studio in those days, how difficult was it to get those first records cut?
Took a lot of time.
This poor interviewer getting nothing. Nothing.
I knew what I wanted, and I waited till I got what I wanted. And I worked my ass off until I got what I wanted. And I can play you things that have never come out that you'll say, God.
So by this time, it's like he's already worked with the Beatles, right? Or is he in the middle of working with the Beatles at this point?
No, at this time, the Beatles ended in 1970, so this is after that.
Okay. So this is 5 years after the Beatles. He's pretty much irrelevant at this point, right?
Yeah, I guess the closest thing that we've heard of that he would have worked on would have been the Ramones, which I think were the late 70s, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
But yeah, other than that, I don't know what else.
He pretty much got booted because they were like, "What the fuck?"
Right.
So it's funny. This Hal is the first one. He couldn't wait to see how awesome he was, and now it's just like, It's another day.
I don't know.
It's a
I'm sorry, what?
beautiful
Can you
hour.
repeat that? Yeah.
Why didn't you ever release those?
Why didn't you release them? People have told me, Ronnie's told me, Ellie Greenwich has told me. Things like Paradise, things like I Wish I Never Saw the Sunshine. Said it was good, if not better than some of the stuff he did put out.
I mean, that's not really that rare. When Prince died, they found all kinds of records that were never brought out. And when Tupac died, they found all kinds of songs and everything that was never released. So it's not, he's not just a one-of-a-kind person when it comes to that stuff.
No. When I drop dead, they'll find about 150 shitty demos on my hard drive.
With me, there might be like, me as a little kid saying, we were trying to make a movie. This is my brother doing nothing.
You're the writer.
Uncomfortable silence.
I see. It's this interview must be like, what am I doing here?
I hate my life right now. I hate it.
I'm waiting for Phil Spector to answer one of the questions like, I don't know, you tell me.
This shit's so fucking weird.
What do you think?
You just did what I...
I'm not you.
I chose not to. Bad takes, that's all. Like a film editor, like a film director. Just wasn't the right take. Just didn't have what I wanted to say. Everything, and let it be known clearly and loudly. Everything is indicative and representative of what I felt. This house is, and my music is.
You always used to concentrate so much on the A-sides to make sure that that was the thing that the jocks played, the thing that the people heard. That used to put straight instrumental jams on the B-sides, well, most of the records. And would you have preferred to have had one-sided singles?
Yeah, sure. The only reason I put beats, I told Tony Brownlow this, who's sitting right next to you now. I told him the only reason I put,
BB and Susu.
BB into all that jive instrumental stuff is because, to get the writing and the publishing and just get it out quickly, that's all.
If there's any one record, I mean, you've got...
You're going to ask me a question that I can't answer.
Should I bother asking you then?
Well, you can answer me if there's any one record you really... It's going to start like that.
I got a question. Why do you use those fucking glasses? Why?
Yeah, should have.
Did that help you think, or...
Yep. You ever thought about wearing an afro, Phil? I think it would look good on you.
While you're making music, have you ever thought about that? Ben Wallace style?
You like tall blondes?
Where?
For B-movie actresses?
Yeah, have you ever seen Barbarian Queen 2, The Emperor Strikes Back?
Oh my God. You ever been in a cockpit? You ever seen
a grown man naked? Yeah.
I mean, get something out of this motherfucker, because he ain't giving shit. I just think it's just blowing my mind that the other recording, he couldn't wait to tell you how awesome he was. And this one is just like pulling fucking teeth.
His three answers so far to these questions have been, what? Followed by, you tell me. Yeah. Followed by, I already know what you're going to ask, don't bother.
Yeah, it's the colors, bro. It's crazy.
It was the tape where everything was perfect. Is there any particular one when you say that for that particular time in your life, that was the zenith of what you were doing?
Light cigarette.
Yeah.
I have not begun to reach that point.
I've found personally when listening to your records, especially with Reverdit Mountain High.
Did you understand that answer?
Yeah.
Okay. I have not begun to reach that point.
I've heard something.
However, there are people in the public and you who will think, God, he's back at it again, and God damn it, that is the zenith. That is the point. To me, no. I'll be...
See, at this point, the music industry has passed him by.
Yep.
And his ego's so fucking large. He's just like, well, I haven't gone nowhere. You haven't seen my best. And it's like, bro, you haven't had, at this point in 75, he hadn't had a hit record since the early 70s or late 60s.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine he actually thinks he's going to outdo Unchained Melody. Or whatever.
He doesn't have artists coming saying, "Hey, I want you to put your juju on this album."
Mhm.
It's passed him by this time. It's so weird that he's still in his own little fucking world. Like, hey, bro, like I'm still relevant. I'm still the it guy. You're not.
Nope.
Not anymore. Because you would think that he would just do it for the love of music. At this point, it's already passed him by. Just do it for the love of the music. But it just seems like he still thinks he's relevant.
creating until I die.
I found with listening to some of your records, especially like Walking in the Rain, Be My Baby, and especially Reverdit Mountain High, every time I play them I find something else in them that I didn't hear the first time.
There's a reason for that. Do you know what the reason is?
Mix?
Your answer.
So keep on replaying them.
And you always find something different.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
And you always will.
Yeah, I heard, okay, and then gone.
Mhm.
Like, okay.
A lot of artists say that once they've made something, they never like to listen to it again. They want to go ahead. Do you sometimes sit in that room and play the old records again? And can you get off on them?
Only for friends and acquaintances.
No for yourself?
No. They love them. Well, here's David. Here's Danny. Ask them. Don't ask me. There's Caroline. Ask her. They get off. They love it.
Yes, the boys if they want a cigarette.
Made with honesty. Made with intellectualism.
Yeah, I think this was a good look at his mental health declining.
Yeah, he's really self-aggrandizing too. I mean, when he says made with intellectualism, come on. The Do Run Run is not, Marcel Proust level writing. It's a stupid pop song. It sounds good and is catchy.
But you can tell that if somebody comes along and in his eyes is disrespectful to him, you can see that he like it's not the same guy. That he's like, well, ask this other person. Don't ask me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I made my bed. I'm Phil Spector.
Yep, he's treating this
mean?
interviewer with disdain.
Yeah, and could you imagine a female, and not necessarily Lana, but another female, thinking that their shit doesn't stink because they're a girl.
Mm.
And, do you know who I am? You gonna talk to me like that? You know what I mean? Like he's doing it to the interviewer. Could you imagine him doing it to somebody that's not a celebrity or somebody that maybe stands up to him a little bit?
Yeah, I couldn't imagine. I can see. Can you imagine him pulling the "Do you know who I am" to Lana Clarkson in 2003? I mean, I'd be like, no. I mean, I'm sure she knew who he was, but many people probably didn't know who he was at that point.
That would be hard, though.
Younger people.
Still, that's not an excuse. I mean, regardless, some of the thousands of songs that have got his imprint on it. Thousands. So to get away from his sound, it'd be difficult. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Shit, every Christmas we have to hear Imagine by John Lennon.
Ugh.
Around the holidays. Every time there's some sort of tragedy, we have to hear John Lennon's Imagine.
Yeah, but people know Unchained Melody from the movie Ghost. They know to do Run Run just because it was, you kind of have to know it. And they know Imagine, but I don't think anybody thinks of who wrote it and who produced it.
I mean, it's possible. But she was a somewhat failed actress working at a bar, and they knew who he was. Some of the people that were working there knew who he was. It wasn't the first time that he was there. So I think they both had. I think he was looking for a good time and didn't care, and she was in it for something else, and it turned bad quick.
That's possible.
That's very possible too, yeah. Who knows? She might have been in some abusive relationships. They've never said that. It's never been public. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of stuff that they don't release, you know?
Yeah, plus it's kind of considered in bad taste, even, well, I don't know about nowadays, but back then, if a youngish woman gets murdered like that, you generally don't start talking shit about her afterwards.
Yeah.
Like, well, yeah, she was a whore. Nobody's surprised. You would say something like that.
Men, they do.
Oh, yeah.
Women, they don't, typically.
No.
Me? No. I don't get off anymore. I did them and that was it.
Yeah, but they're you, aren't they?
No. You said it better than I did. Don't you remember what you said about my books?
The history.
That's right. They're my history. Do I love them? Sure.
The poodle hairstyle just has to fucking go, bro. It
Yeah.
has to go.
He's working it. Derek, I need one minute. It's
Sure.
my 3-hour bladder break has to happen, so I will be back in a minute.
At this, like, somebody has to stand in and be like, bro, the hairstyle's got to go. That shit just got... It's a hair helmet, exactly. Exactly. At first, when I'd first seen it, when I was doing research on it, I'm like, that's got to be like that's either got to be a toupee or it's got to be a hat that he's wearing. No, that's his hair. That's like a poodle hair.
Would I trade them? No. Do I respect them? Yes. See, that's the big thing in love. Men and women don't understand that. Respect. When all the record producers start making records that they can respect, that's one thing. Now, I don't get my rocks off listening to the Run Run. No, I don't. Honestly, I don't. I know it. I loved it. I lived with it so long that it's one cell in my body now. But do I respect it? Yeah, I do.
I mean, you were a great source of inspiration to Brian Wilson.
So I've heard.
Yeah, I mean, to the point that he began by idolizing you and then ended up that you were his source of paranoia.
But you don't want me to pay his medical bills, do you?
I mean, like things like Pet Sounds and the album and Good Vibrations and Heroes and Villains, I mean, they're straight out of your textbook, aren't they?
So I've heard.
You've heard the records.
I said so, yeah. I've heard.
Did you find them very flattering? I mean, they weren't direct cops for what you were doing, like some people did, but I mean, it was using what you'd done as a source of inspiration.
Good. That's what I was put on earth for.
Of all the things that people have made, say,
Listen.
Yeah?
If I help anyone, if I encourage anyone, if anybody emulates me, that's okay with me. So long as they admit to it.
See, that's just weird to me. Like it feels good if somebody said that they were inspired, that you inspired them. It feels good. But he's just like, good for him. You don't have an ounce of like, it's cool. Okay, so we just watched a thing where he was talking about Brian Wilson saying that he was an inspiration to him. And that that Brian Wilson said that Phil Spector inspired him, and he's just like, good for him.
Well, I think he expects it. Like, of course he did. Why is that
feels
such a
good
shocker?
if somebody says that you inspire them, right?
If you're not a psychopath, yes.
Like he's just like, well, it's a sunny day and a Monday. What?
Most of them don't. Brian is a very honest cat. He says, Be My Baby is the greatest record ever made. It may not be the greatest record ever made, but so far as Brian Wilson is concerned, it's the greatest record ever made. Well, rather he say it and mean it than Richard Perry just go in and make a record that's an imitation and not say, I owe it all to Phil Spector.
Of all the imitations, which ones do you like? I won't ask you which ones you don't like, otherwise we'll be here all night.
It's kind of a dumb question, isn't it?
Pretty dumb. Out of all the people that ripped you off, who's your favorite?
Who's your favorite thief? Who is it? Admit it.
Well, imitation. You see, you started out with a funny word, imitation.
Or inspiration.
Inspiration.
I just hate people that do that shit. Where it's like, this person, they hold you in high regard. Well, that's the cosmic wind. Helping people get inspiration from my inspirational words that I put in the song, and then the song helped this person, and I saw a little baby bird on the ground who was inspired by the song, and then all of a sudden they lifted up and in the fucking clouds, and then all of a sudden the sun came out and there was a rainbow. Like what are you doing?
I have never heard an interviewee be less interested in their interview than this.
Oh,
right here.
yeah. At this point, he's just like, get me out of this thing. Let me just ask him anything that I'm going to get some sort of response.
Should have shot him.
Yeah.
Would have ended it.
At this point, it's just like the rainbows and shit, the birds and chirping, and it's fucking crazy. And but it's definitely a man of either in the middle or at the beginning stages of mental illness. Like I said, you can tell that he's not the same person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's not as lucid.
Because the last one was a 68, and then now all of a sudden this is 75. So you're talking 7 years later, and it's a complete different person.
Yep.
So either life beat him down, drugs beat him down, or something beat him down. Well, a car accident beat him down.
Head injuries.
Yeah.
Those in Holland did pretty well. Good Vibrations, Brian Wilson. Great inspiration there.
It's a record that still stands up today as well.
Yep. I'll be the first to acknowledge it. You know, I may be the greatest record maker of all time, but I'm not the only record maker of all time.
Wow.
Fascinating.
The ego just fucking shot up to 100 million.
Yeah.
I might be the greatest record producer of all time, but shit, there's other people on the world spinning around. It's crazy. Like, what?
What an amazing take.
Okay, I've never heard Barry Gordy say that. I've never heard who else would be considered one of the greatest producers?
George Martin,
George
Beatles
Martin. I've
producer.
never heard any of these people say like I'm the greatest, but you know, some other people out there spinning around is good too, I guess. Alan Parsons is more famous. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just weird that he like for the first half of the interview, he's just been kind of like, well, you know, it's cool if somebody's inspired, and all of a sudden he's like, I'm the greatest one ever. Like, what?
At least he's engaging the interviewer a little bit more now.
Shit.
That
Like
he's not just going, what? And I don't know, you tell me.
At the 12-minute mark, he's actually fucking lucid.
He had the audacity to say, I don't know, why don't you ask the guy next to me? It's like, I'm not here to interview the guy next to you. I'm here to interview you, jackass.
I'm here to interview the guy behind the guy behind the guy.
Yeah.
There are others. I love records, you know. I love music, you know. I don't listen and enjoy as much as I used to. But there's nobody going to stop me. I'm like Muhammad.
I mean, if you know how the bread is made, yes, it's hard to get to light up because you know how the bread's made.
Mm-hmm.
So I do agree with that. It is weird how he followed that. Like, he said he's the greatest record producer of all time, and then he said that. Huh?
Yeah. Boy, it makes no
I
sense.
get better as I grow older.
It's just rambling nonsense as far as I'm concerned.
Either in the past, present, do you ever get frustrated as an artist, or what is your source of frustration?
Not being understood. You want to hear it again? Not being understood. They don't understand what I'm trying to do. They don't understand.
Like wear wigs?
Yeah.
At trials? People had no idea what the fuck you were trying to do.
Mm-mm. Well, hopefully he'll take this opportunity to explain to the world what exactly he's trying to do. So we'll all know. But I guess we're just supposed to figure that out on our own.
Yeah, no shit. What the cosmic winds is supposed to get you.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to understand.
Understand my form of communication. And though I am very commercial, and though I can make hits just like I can put a pair of socks on my feet and tie my shoes or whatever and put my pants on and a shirt, the lack of understanding, the lack of communication, and the deepest one is the lack of appreciation.
Appreciation from whom? The industry.
I was just going to say that.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciation from who?
Appreciated you, they bought your records.
You're talking past tense. You're sitting in a mansion right now.
It's one of those things where early in his career, he was doing things that nobody else was doing,
mm-hmm.
and then he was shitting on anybody that didn't do what he was doing for a hit record. And then now he's saying, well, there's a lack of appreciation. You shit on the people that were appreciating you back then, 7 years ago.
It's true.
Like, what are you fucking talking about?
Not only that, but he's complaining that people aren't appreciating him for things that he hasn't done yet, which is interesting.
Narcissistic
way of thinking. And he also bitched about the lack of communication. I mean, that's ironic that he says he's frustrated about lack of communication in this interview where he's not communicating at all. So the irony is thick.
The lack of communication. We had 5 minutes of fucking dead silence. Cool.
Right.
Good tape recorder. A house that's got 16 bathrooms.
So yeah, he's in the house he's living in the house where she was murdered.
Mm-hmm.
It's wild. The murder was in 93, correct?
Was it 93? Okay, yeah, I think so.
And then he didn't get trial until 97, I think it was.
Yeah, it was 4 years before he was incarcerated.
Yeah, and so he was already living in this mansion by himself.
Which he's, like, why is he bringing it up? Like, you're sitting in a mansion with 16 bathrooms. I'm like, what a weird thing to say. And?
What's up, buddy? How are you? Hey, Keith.
What's up, Keith?
Yeah, Keith. Phil Spector, I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he's an interesting guy.
Mm-hmm.
On this channel, we talk about movies, television, and music. And Phil Spector is considered top 5 producers of all time.
Yep.
And he is crazy as crazy can get, and was tried and convicted of murder. So it's one of those things where it's like being a genius and being crazy at the same time type of thing. And this what we're listening to is, we had listened to one earlier where it was 1968, where he was in the middle of making hit records. So his attitude was a lot different. Now he doesn't have a hit record in a while. The industry's kind of passed him by. He was in a car accident, so it messed him up mentally. So like this interview, there's like 5 minutes of literally dead space. Like he's not saying anything other than just grunting and it's crazy. It's completely wild.
Mm-hmm.
Just the demeanor of somebody in 7 years.
Let's not talk about the past. Let's just talk about forever and the past.
Yeah, exactly.
The future, the present, the past. The lack of understanding. They don't understand me. They don't communicate with me. They don't know me or try to know me. Now you'll say, well, you live a pretty guarded life, Philip.
You took the words out of my mouth.
Pardon me?
You took the words out of my mouth.
Oh? Bueller? Bueller?
He was in deep thought, and it was ruined by him saying you took his thought out of his head.
I should be more understood.
By
Perhaps
who?
a gentleman like you will help me be more understood.
Oh, gotcha, Keith.
It doesn't matter if I carry guns or bodyguards or live in a mansion.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good.
When I go into a studio, I make art. And I change rock and roll into a form of art.
Isn't it amazing, Derek, to you that we're listening
producer.
to a 26-minute long interview with one of the greatest producers of all time, and I got more information and entertainment out of the 4-minute clip of him talking about his afro? We could have just done 2 hours on his hair.
Yeah, no
Just different
shit.
hairstyles throughout the years.
Here's Phil Spector's hairdo.
Yeah, it's
in
Barry Manilow phase,
1965,
Ben
and
Wallace phase.
68, and then he was in the Poodle stage, and then he did Ben Wallace, and then he went back to Poodle. It's just this video is just blowing my mind, the difference, because it takes a lot for me to change, and then I'll change my ways, but it's sort of like it's kind of like a slow burn when it's like you've been burned a couple times. It's like, you know what, I've been burned a couple times. I think I'm gonna change the way I'm doing things.
Mm-hmm.
Like this dude has changed so much in 7 fucking years. It's crazy. And that's just somebody that's nuts. like extreme highs. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like he was on top of the world, and now like it's like death. You know what I mean? Like I live in a mansion, bro, with 14 bathrooms. It's crazy. Nobody appreciates me. You shit on everybody.
Right.
How many interviews? How many videos? I mean, we only got like one video left. How many videos did we watch where he was literally like, "Well, my way's better, so fuck everybody." And then now he's wanting to be appreciated. You can't tell anybody to go fuck themselves and then be appreciated at the same time.
Right. There's nobody left to appreciate you. They all don't like you because you shit on them.
They don't like you. Of course, they're not going to appreciate you. Go fuck themselves.
Except Brian Wilson.
Oh, Brian Wilson.
He likes him.
I make rock and roll music, quote unquote, credible. I gave it credence, and I don't mean clear water. I did it. That they don't understand that is painful. That you understand it, that Tony Bramwell understands it, is gratifying. But that those who don't understand it,
that's true.
That's a good point.
Not only is it painful, but I learned something. They don't know what they're missing, man.
So the reason why you quit in 66, 67?
Is not for what you think. And for not what they say.
Now, is he talking about the producers that basically came up with him, that they don't appreciate what he had given them?
Yeah, I think he thinks himself the godfather of everything production, and that everybody should kind of bow down to him.
And that's kind of a natural progression, right? Where, like I worked for people for a long time. I wanted to start doing my own stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The Warrior is the first movie of me doing my own stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I think it's a natural progression that you eventually kind of want to do your own thing, right?
Happens in bands all the time. Lead singer goes, I'm going to go solo.
Yeah, but it almost seems like that he doesn't understand that I'm Phil Spector. Why are you leaving me? Like, I'm the top of the food chain, baby. You know what I mean? That's what it almost seems like.
His answers to this interviewer's questions are incredibly dismissive. The last one he asked is, shit, my brain just, never mind. I forgot completely what I was going to say. But the answer, he asked him, why did you quit in 1966 or 67, whatever it was? And Phil Spector could have just said, well, this is why I quit. But instead he's like, well, it's not because of what they said. It's not what you think. I'm like, what is it, asshole? I'm asking you a question, for fuck's sake. Yeah.
Well, you're not feeling the music? Did you not like that the Laurel Canyon crowd was sort of taking over music? Did you not like that? You know what I mean? Like, it's weird. It's so weird.
Do you want to tell me?
You got $25 million in the bank, man.
And this guy right here, psychopath or not, it's the old adage that money doesn't solve your fucking problems.
Mm-hmm.
The dude has a shit ton of money and is miserable and a fucking crackpot. So money doesn't solve anything. If anything, it made him worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, he's bragging about it. He's like, I've got $25 million in the bank. I'm in a mansion. 16. It seems to have become who he thinks he is. Like, he's defined by his stuff. Which is bad. I've had money and I've been negative bank account all within the past 15 years. And I can tell you, if I look back on my life and think of the best times, it has nothing to do with how much money I had. Yeah. And often it was when I was broke.
And money just allows you to do more stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it.
Yeah, like order Taco Bell at 1 o'clock in the morning when you shouldn't. That's what I use my money for. DoorDash.
No, if you want to do a little bit more traveling, or you want to buy some toys like a boat or something, like it gets you those type of things. But those, I mean, they're just something that's a pleasure for that moment.
Yeah, what's the saying? Money doesn't buy you happiness, but it sure makes misery a lot more enjoyable.
Yeah. So money didn't do anything, but it didn't do anything for this guy. Nothing. But he uses it as like a status, like I got 25 million in the bank. Okay. Like, have you left the house in a fucking year? No. Because he can afford a butler. Because he had a butler in that one fucking video that we watched.
Yep.
And the butler's going to do the shopping. Phil Spector's not doing the fucking shopping.
He, alongside many music producers back in the late 50s and 60s, were sort of parasitic. So, not that he didn't deserve to be rich. He did write the songs and stuff like that. But it was also done on the backs of the performers who went out and performed them, who really didn't get their fair shake out of it.
Yeah.
So for him to be sitting here bragging about how much money he has in the bank, he should do some self-reflection and ask himself where a lot of that money came from.
MC Hammer had it all.
MC Hammer
Exactly.
did have it all.
He had it all and basically just flushed it down the toilet. Absolutely.
Too legit to quit.
And then right down the toilet.
Down the toilet.
Because he had like 1,400 dancers and they all took his money away from him.
He was the shit for about a year or two, though.
He was.
Big ass pants.
And you realize they just don't understand you.
They.
Which I just said. They don't understand.
All right. I'm going to ask it.
Who they?
Exactly. Who is
Yep.
they? Who is they? That's like when somebody says, well, go over there. Okay, where's there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
or
specific. Over near the rock? Or
Right.
where is there?
Or he said, like, well, who's he? Who he? Pronouns, asshole. Give me a name.
Who the fuck is they?
I'm the best and I'm the greatest.
He is very
There's
Muhammad.
a difference now between being an egomaniac and being egotistical. I am not egotistical. I am an egomaniac.
All right.
Yeah, at least he fucking
My
admitted
ego is
it.
so high.
At
Fair.
least he admitted it.
Yeah. I'll give him that.
Yeah, MC Hammer did have a cartoon for a short time, didn't he? Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
I do have a show idea that we're going to do.
MC
Saturday
Hammer?
morning cartoons.
Ooh, that's awesome. I'd be all over that.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to do but I got to figure out the whole logistics and everything, but yeah, we're going to do a show about Saturday morning cartoons. But at least he admits that. I mean, I understand that he has a success that we'll never accomplish. But like I've got into with some of the weirdos that keep commenting on my video, that there is a bit of a responsibility, and I think that he lost that a long time ago, where he didn't think about like the impact that he had in music and the responsibility he has to maybe help in the next generation. It was all about him.
Yep. Yep. I don't think he thinks anybody's worthy of his mentorship.
Yeah, but then he wants to turn around and say, "Well, they didn't appreciate it." It's like because you told everybody to go fuck themselves.
Mm-hmm. Now, all this having been said and everything we've talked about over the past 3.5 hours, I will say I wouldn't have a problem with Phil Spector except for the fact that he shot that woman.
Yeah, I would just said, he's kind of a weirdo.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it makes it worse that his actions at the end of his run were bad. Were really bad.
Yep.
You can't beat me down.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Can I say something? I found, this is just as a person who was buying your records, that after River Deep Mountain High failed in this country,
I saw Smokey
or it didn't in England,
I saw Smokey about 10 years ago. He can't hit the high note like he used to, but man, he still brings it.
Really? That's good to hear.
Oh,
I always
yeah.
like Smokey.
Yeah, he did a part where he did all his Smokey songs, and then he's like, I don't know if you guys heard, but I wrote a bunch of the Temptation songs, and he did the Temptation songs and stuff. Oh, so good. Nice. Oh my God. I'd seen him, and then like a year later, I saw Stevie Wonder at the Hollywood Bowl.
I saw Stevie too, and it was mind blowing.
Yes.
For me, that's the holy trinity of 20th century songwriters: is Paul McCartney, Prince, and Stevie Wonder.
I've not seen Paul McCartney.
I've never seen him either, and I wouldn't, because
it's not the same.
Honestly, he's old. Yeah, he can't sing all that good anymore.
Yeah.
I would have loved to have seen him, back in the day. I just never did. Should have.
But yeah, Smokey. Yeah, Smokey. I hold Smokey in high regard.
Your records, I felt that you were almost going like this.
Jesus.
The poodle hair.
This won't come up on tape.
Dang it. Stop it with the poodle hair. Stop it. He's got the Adolf Hitler mustache and the poodle hair. That's not a good look. I'm sorry, dude.
It's like a chia pet landed on his head.
It took him. Had to have been him so fucking bored that he was just experimenting with shit. He had to have been.
It took him decades to perfect the afro, too. He didn't perfect it until that day in court. That was, decades later. So he worked at it and stuck with it. I appreciate him for that.
The poodle hair. God.
So, shut the tape recorder off.
It is wild it is wild that he died bald. But
I know, that last picture of him.
The poodle hair.
Yep.
The great quote about me. Phil Spector. You're yesterday's newspaper. Want another reply from Phil Spector?
I'm listening.
Anytime I'm ready, I'm tomorrow's headlines. Live with that a while.
I disagree with him wholeheartedly. Because the producers are usually, their name isn't in lights usually. It's the performer that their name is in lights.
To the folks in the chat, Alan Parsons, perfect example of somebody who that's a producer. George Martin, Phil Spector, and maybe Mark Ronson. Lately, he's done some stuff with. I know he did something with Bruno Mars, and he's a producer who gets his name on the product.
Yeah,
that's rare.
But for him to expect that he comes out with a record and his name is going to be in lights, it's like, what?
Well, he was right about being in tomorrow's headlines, just not for the reason he thought he would be.
Reason, that's for sure. Right. He is calling his shots here, pun intended.
I make art.
Nice one.
And you can't judge art. The courts have proved that. Because what you might consider crap, shit, bad, I might consider good. And what I consider bad, you might consider good.
This is ramblings of a weirdo.
Amazing insight. This poor jackass
was
flew.
Bad and bad was good with the bad. What are you talking about?
This poor guy flew all the way from London to fucking LA to get this.
About? God dang.
Well, it's the same with my job as a writer. Just
well, therefore, you can't judge art. And I make art.
I have not once ever heard him say who he admires. It's all about him.
Yeah, the only positive thing he said about anybody was Brian Wilson, and he only said that after the interviewer mentioned to him that Brian Wilson looks up to Phil Spector.
He's given us Hibbity Jibbity from 1975.
James Brown. Yeah, Hibbity Jibbity.
And I have reformed rock and roll to the dignity of art. Because it's not rock and roll. It's music. And it's the people's music.
I asked you a question before about when people started saying Phil Spector genius.
Amen.
Legend in his own time, teen tycoon, whatever else they wanted to call you.
Yep.
Yeah.
How did you react to it? I mean, obviously you must have been flattered, but still, it's still a hard thing to live with.
Well,
knowing at the same time that there are people that are putting you down and don't understand.
I remember once, at a very young age, in my 20s, in a limousine.
Is that it?
Figure I was what, 22, 23? I know you're taping this, so I know it. We used to stop at red lights, and I'd see little old ladies, and little old men.
What is he talking about?
I don't know. I'm waiting for I'm hoping he
I'm in
gets
a
to.
limousine and 23 years old. We're standing at the side of the road, and there's some old lady just standing there. And, I thought that was kind of neat.
I know you're taping this. But is the tape recorder the giveaway that's on my lap? Yeah. Taping it, asshole. Pay attention. I'm running out of fucking tape.
Big ass fucking microphone. Is that
yeah.
where you end up, dude?
You pick it up. I'm running out of tape over here.
Thought you were supposed to be a fucking genius here. What's going on?
With umbrellas. This was raining outside.
The other video I have to we'll check out the other video. It's kind of long, so it might be recapping some of the stuff that we already done, but we'll check it out and stuff, and then we'll end the stream. But yeah, this is one of the first one was interesting because he was in the moment. This is just a rambling of somebody that's not mentally there.
It's interesting and entertaining to me in the same way that a bad B movie is entertaining to me. It's just an absolute train wreck, this interview.
It's possible. Keith, it's possible that they're going to be pointing out black men and old ladies and all kinds of other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They call them in England, right?
But yeah, I thought this was fitting to be kind of toward the end because you could tell the progression of he was kind of he wasn't well spoken, but he was sort of soft spoken, and then you could tell that like he was getting more confident when he was making music, and you saw the process.
Mm-hmm.
And then we talked, and then he started getting more famous and more famous, and then all of a sudden the Lana Clarkson stuff. So I thought this was interesting to kind of end where it was like you could tell that he was going down the bad path.
Yep.
That he was a narcissist. Nobody's respecting me. And if he's saying that to an interviewer, somebody who's a normal person, he's going to treat like a piece of shit. Like, you're beneath me. You're garbage to me. I'm Phil Spector. You know what I mean? That's why I thought it was kind of interesting to do this one kind of like toward the end.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt bad. And I said to myself one day, Philip, most men don't make $1 million if they ever do, until they're 40 or 50. You're in a Cadillac now, limousine drive, or limousine driven, whatever, chauffeur driven. In your 20s. That's that much longer.
Fuck.
It would have been a cool story if he said, Phil, I see this old lady, and she was going to the grocery store. I told my limo driver to pull over. We gave her a ride.
Mm-hmm.
But no, he's basically like, I saw an old lady, and I'm just worrying, like, I'm the man. Like, why aren't you telling me I'm the man? I'm in a limousine. Like, it's crazy.
What a shitty story that was.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Like he should at least like put it in his favor where he was the good guy. No, there is no good guy. There is no like me looking like a decent human being. Doesn't exist.
That's a good quote. Insanity and coherency are cousins.
Exactly. Absolutely, Keith.
But I had to keep it up. Because most men don't really make those millions, if they ever do, until they're 40 or 50. Here I was in the 20s and I made it.
Did you find it hard to rationalise that? I mean, really difficult?
Extremely difficult.
I mean, did you feel, though you're in your early 20s, do you feel that you were almost old before your time? I mean, giving somebody a lot of money, or earning a lot of money when you're very young can sort of give you a very distorted look on life.
Yeah, but I knew one thing. I earned and deserved every goddamn penny I made.
Such humility.
But obviously, money wasn't the motivation behind.
So if this asshole, if this asshole's standing at the pearly gates and wants in, and we know he's going to hell because he's a fucking murdering dickhead.
Right.
But he would say, I'm Phil Spector. I deserve to be in the fucking pearly gates. Like, this guy's a fucking weirdo. Narcissist. Weirdo. Instead of embracing the fact that he was given gifts at a very early age that most people don't have, him embracing that and saying, wow, like I was given something and I cherish the fact that I was given this. No, he doesn't.
No, he would be at the pearly gates and he would go to St. Peter and ask St. Peter, who are you to judge?
Yeah.
I'll take your job now.
He doesn't appreciate the gifts that he was given and the opportunity that he was given at a young age.
Well, look, he made millions of dollars because he earned it. He's right about that. He shouldn't be sad about that, but just the way he lords it over everybody and makes it the center point of his being is annoying.
Yeah. It's just annoying. It's so fucking weird. Like, be a tiny bit humble. He's not.
We were billing what you would say 50,000 pounds a day. That's a lot of money.
Oh.
And I know pounds into dollars. We were billing that. It's a hell of a thing to live up to, man, when you're 35. And that's what I'm going to be on Christmas Day.
She's one of the most famous jazz singers.
And I've got the mansion, and I've got it all.
But it hasn't happened to you, Will, with a lot of people. As soon as they get money, the hunger to create, the desire to get ahead goes. There's so many rock artists.
You saw me retire.
Happened with Presley.
You saw me retire, man.
Yeah.
Now you saw me. I just stopped.
And Elvis Presley had his demons. He did. But there are so many people that say Elvis Presley was one of the nicest people that we had ever met. And his guys and the guys that rode with him, he was hard on them. He didn't just give them anything that they wanted. He actually made them earn it.
The old Memphis Mafia, they called them.
Yeah.
His
The
boys.
Memphis Mafia had to earn their keep, but he was very appreciative of them. But he didn't just hand them millions of dollars and say, here, go fuck off somewhere. So it's like, yes, he was the king of rock and roll. Yes, he had demons. Yes, he was, he was Fat Elvis and he died on the toilet. Yes, all those things. But there's so many people that said that Elvis was such a nice human being.
Yeah, it's usually people describe him as like a nice Southern boy.
Yeah. I would have loved been at the concert where he swiveled his hips for the first time and people were losing their fucking mind.
Girls were falling out, man.
The girls were falling out, but like the law came and fucking arrested him. And then he went to he went to jail after that, or like, he went to jail and he basically decided to go into the military to avoid being hassled.
Yeah, when he played, I think it was Jailhouse Rock or Hound Dog, I forgot which one, but when he performed it on Ed Sullivan, they only showed him from the waist up.
Yeah, because it's provocative.
Mhm.
And we got people showing their boobs everywhere, and
Yeah, now it's out and out degeneracy.
it's out and out degeneracy. But back then it was like taboo. It was crazy.
Okay, why? What made you turn around and put up the notice gone fishing?
It's funny, Keith.
There was probably no place else for me to go. I took it out in the trades. Benedict Arnold lives.
That's right, Elvis the Pelvis.
What I really meant was Benedict Arnold lives in the mind of Phil Spector.
Did he say Benedict
I
Arnold?
fucking hated you when he took that advert out.
I think so.
I hated you when he took that advert.
Lives in the mind of Phil. Lives. To go. I took it out in the trades. Benedict Arnold lives.
The fuck does Benedict Arnold have anything to do with music?
I guess he's trying to paint somebody as a traitor, I suppose. I don't know.
Oh my god.
What I really meant was Benedict Arnold lives in the mind of Phil Spector.
I must have fucking hated you when he took that advert out.
That's one thing you hit it on. And I'm going to ask you to shut the tape recorder off. No,
okay.
Not yet.
So that was
You've asked me
Benedict
about
Arnold
being
was a,
disliked.
Album?
What you haven't asked me about.
It must have been
What I
Three
want
Cheers.
you to think about
Something.
before you shut the tape recorder is how can somebody
Mountain High,
who gave his whole life to music,
River Deep, Mountain High.
who made such fucking great records, and you know I did.
Well, he wrote that one. That was
You've
for
admitted I
Turner.
did.
So it was an ad or something in the
I'll tell you
paper.
again,
Is
isn't
that
it?
him
Yeah.
just
Could they
flexing or
have
something?
hated me?
I guess.
And how could
But your records are always full of love.
What the hell is that on the wall? Like, what is that? Is that a fucking zombie?
It's like just a spooky painting, I guess.
So it looks fabulous, but we need a spooky painting on this wall right here.
exactly? That's what I don't know. That's what I told you. They don't understand me.
He's talking about his ex Benedict. That's what
There
he
you go.
During summer in Norway.
Man, the fucker, I make River Deep Mountain. How could do run, whatever you want to call it. I played you tapes last night, you know gonna be number one. How could they hate somebody whose records are filled with so much love, and not only love, so much honesty, and so much pure fucking talent?
What a weirdo.
You lost that love and feeling. I mean, Marty always says, go in the goddamn studio and record. You are natural, Phil. You can do anything you want to do. You lost that love feeling.
Was he like Bob Dylan singing the Righteous Brothers? What the fuck?
I'm so glad that he didn't pursue a lead singer position. He's more behind the scenes.
Yeah, my confidence just rose watching him. I'm like, damn, all my demos sound better than that. And I'm just me, not Phil Spector, but hey. I would like to hear him.
This last video is about his Christmas albums. It says Phil Spector. Phil Spector interview 1972 talking about his Christmas album. So we're just going to peruse through this because this is kind of like one of those. It happened, and I think it might have been toward the end of his career when he was grasping at straws, probably to have some sort of relevancy in the industry.
Yeah. Christmas album.
Yeah. So we'll peruse through this one.
You lost that love and feeling.
Oh.
Jesus. They do run. He should do all his hits. Just redo them acoustically.
Yeah.
Talk to me.
I talk to number two. Just look at each other. Well, that means it's all angles.
Okay, so that last one was 75. This one's 72.
What am I starting into? 3.
So this is like on the down. This is when he's going down. He's not the man anymore. He's kind of going down.
Mm-hmm. This was around when Imagine came out, so he still was hanging in there, I guess.
Okay.
Somewhere around there, maybe a little later.
Old Gray Whistle Test.
The huge English pop show.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Oh yeah, all
Phil
kinds
Spector.
of artists played on that show.
Sure. Hello, 3.
Hello, 3. Damn. 15.
Speed it up a little bit.
Finest ever made. It was called Her Christmas Gift to You. It featured the Ronettes, the Crystals, Bobby Sox and the Blue Jeans, and Darlene Love, and it was produced by Phil Spector. It's been out of the catalogue for many years now, and consequently it's a very rare and much prized possession.
This guy's not a very good host.
For sale in New York.
All the Old Gray Whistle Test hosts sounded like this guy. Super chill, sound like they're high.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And a lot of people were trying to
Kind of like a
get
Bob
their hands
Ross
on it and couldn't.
vibe.
If you were one of those, I've got good news for you. It's coming out here
So this
next week.
should be interesting.
And for once, the phrase "by public demand" really has some meaning.
Like, bro, how's it
Phil
going?
Spector.
Oh,
The
man,
album's
it's
got a
going
new
great.
cover and a new
Got my
title,
poodle
Phil
haircut?
Spector's Christmas album. But have you changed anything else about it? Have you remixed it or anything like that?
No. It's still basically the same, and you don't have your back to mono button on. Why is that? That's a shame. You must have your back to mono button on. You must have that.
Thank you.
And you must wear it as well.
I shall.
Well, back to mono. No, nothing's changed about the album at all, except that it's coming out for the first time.
Now, I had heard at some point when analog and digital started switching from analog to digital, that he had a huge problem with that, and that his relevancy started going down when people started playing with digital more and more, because he was so out of touch and he was so used to using the old technology that his relevancy pretty much went to shit as soon as everything started going digital.
Yeah, but what's sad is if he got angry at that, I mean, that's his fault. Learn the digital stuff.
Yeah.
Don't get angry that it's out there. It's sort of like people that, and we've talked real briefly, talked about AI before, and that's kind of my take on people who are angry at it. I'm like, well, it exists. You just got to figure out how to live with it. And it doesn't sound like he did that with digital.
So I think that's what that is where he's talking about analog versus digital.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think if it's mono, it might be mono versus stereo mixes.
Well, stereo started the beginning of digital, right? Because everything before was mono?
No, they had stereo mixes
Long
when they
before
were
that?
still doing analog recording.
Okay. So
But that's my hunch is what that button is. It's just, somebody getting old. Yeah. He's just trying to hold on to the past.
On Apple Records in 9 years.
Why has it been so long? Why have you left it so long to reissue it? Because the demand's been there, hasn't it?
Yeah, every year the demand is there, but I've just been reluctant. When we made the record, it took anywhere from 6 to 9 months to make the album, and then when we issued it was
Kodak said
1963
digital cameras would
in
never
America.
work.
That was the year that Kennedy got
Hmm.
assassinated.
That's one of those things where you're talking about AI. Is I'm not going to bend the knee to AI, but I understand it's
Mhm.
out. It's kind of the same thing. Kodak was probably trying to save their ass, and they're just trying to. Oh, it's not. It's not
Passing
gonna work.
fad.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
when-
They're trying to like.
It's like when Decca Records turned down the Beatles, saying, well, guitar music's going out of style. Like, ooh, whoops. Mistake there.
Somebody damn messed up.
Yep.
And I was depressed, and the country was, and no one was in a Christmas mood. And I just never issued it again. Never again. And I just sent out test pressings as the disc jockeys in America wanted it. But there was always a bit of reluctance to, I mean, they played it, they loved it, and they played it, but they never knew what to call it, or
you know, if a kid called in and said, how do we get that album? And they just never knew. So they played it and went right into a commercial in America. And I've decided now that Apple's the best company to release it on. I work with Apple, and I think it's a good time now. I want the album out, and I want people to know.
Well, his style would mesh with that, right? Because Christmas music is use a lots of different instruments. And it's large, and it's sort of like in his wheelhouse, right?
You would think so.
I mean, this is him grasping at trying to stay relevant. But yeah, you said Imagine's out, and he's still.
Well, it's not actually. I just learned that he released this Christmas album on Apple Records, which was the Beatles label. So I guess he's using his friendship with John to get John to help him, you know, release and produce.
Wait a minute! I thought nobody appreciated him. Oh,
well,
interesting. I mean, the Beatles didn't have to do anything for him.
No.
It's available, and I want people to hear it, and I want people to know how to buy it.
How do you think the music on the album stands up by comparison to stuff that's coming out today?
Well, only an egomaniac can answer that. I think it's, you know, it stands up, you know, far superior to many of the things that are coming out today. I'm contemplating releasing an album of all the records that I made over the last 10 years, all the hits.
Julio, if you would, do a quick Google search and look up 1972 and the songs that came out in 1972. Because disco didn't hit until the late 70s, right?
Yeah, that was like 75, 76.
So during this time, it was like Rumors. The Eagles had music coming out.
That might have been before they got popular. I think I'm looking at top songs of 72. There's American Pie by Don McLean. You know that one. Lean on Me by Bill Withers. That's a big one.
Yeah.
Heart of Gold, Neil Young. And My Ding-a-Ling by Chuck Berry. So there you go. And then there's Sammy Davis Jr.'s in there, Al Green, Roberta Flack. So it's a lot of, I don't know. I think that kind of music just reminds me of old AM radio. So that's how I would. So yeah, not quite the Eagles and Fleetwood Mac. Fleetwood Mac was around, but they didn't have Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham yet. So they weren't the Rumors version.
Okay, they weren't the band that we know them of.
Right.
Okay. So is it safe to say during that time there was sort of like a transition happening from the doo-wop stuff and the Motown stuff, because Motown started being irrelevant around this time too, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, except you still get, you know, Al Green is in the top 10, Roberta Flack, that's sort of R&B. But you also, other albums that came out in 72, other acts, there was Ziggy Stardust, David Bowie, that was a big one. It's Stevie Wonder, Rolling Stones.
Okay.
Elton John.
Keith said in 1975, I was a college freshman. Everybody had Eagles albums, and disco was just about ready to go wild. Because disco was only a couple of years, right? It was in and out.
A few years until, yeah, I'd say so. Maybe 3 years, 4 years. But man, it was massive, all encompassing. Couldn't escape it everywhere.
Trying to think, Bob Seger was around back then.
The
Eagles.
Oh, 75. Yeah.
Crosby, Stills, Nash, and then Young was later. Was he in the 70s too when Young joined, or no? Was that later?
That was late 60s, I think. Maybe really early 70s. The mid 70s, to me, it's a lot of prog rock. That was big in like 74, 75. Bands like Yes and Genesis, they actually were filling stadiums.
Gotcha. Elvis was still out there. Even though he was fat Elvis, he was still out there.
Yeah, he had another couple of years left in him.
Well, at this point, he was in Vegas, correct? He wasn't.
We're talking about 1975?
Yeah. Well, this is 72, but yeah, in that area.
Yeah, I don't know if he'd done his... I don't know when he started in Vegas.
His residency in Vegas? I thought it was like the early to mid 70s.
I'm just going to type in, when did Elvis become Fat Elvis, and see what year it comes back with.
The Bee Gees and Donna Summer, look at them. Yeah. Bee Gees were really popular then.
Well, that's more 75. They were. Donna Summer wasn't around in 72, and the Bee Gees were around, but much like Fleetwood Mac, it was a completely different Bee Gees.
Okay.
It wasn't disco Bee Gees. It was like English pop Bee Gees.
Okay.
And records that weren't hits as well, records I never put out. And if you look at the British top 10 in albums and in singles, you'll see records that were made 8-10 years ago, because there's a new generation. And I just think that this album, I have personally loved this album. I'm very fond of it. Just that I haven't been close to it because it's been so many years since I thought of releasing it or anything like that. So now it's coming out, and it's on Apple, and it'll be in America. And
I don't think he respects it. The host, he's just like, bro, Christmas album.
I'm just quite happy.
Yeah, they're old songs too.
So that people can know about it, hear it, and know what to
forever
ask
it's been
for.
the Christmas curse, right? If you do a Christmas album, you're pretty much done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are you grasping at straws, basically?
Yeah, that's like a Rod Stewart type thing to do when you're 65. You're like, fuck it, I'll put out a Christmas album. Maybe some of the old women that liked me 30 years ago will buy it and want to hear it.
Yeah.
Same thing when an old artist puts out an album of standards, like jazz standards. It's like, all right, you're done, pal. Get out of here.
So that's probably not going to go anymore. It's just talking about his Christmas album. But okay, so all in all, what do you think about Phil Spector?
I think he started out a narcissist, maybe borderline personality disorder. Had one of the best producers of all time. Went downhill around the late 60s, got in a car crash that fucked his head up even further, and he went nuts. Had a drinking problem, possibly a substance problem, and unfortunately his life ended. It's quite an arc, I will say that, from his beginning to his end.
Yeah. And at some point, I think what we've talked about before, where he was nuclear as far as popularity, and then when the shitteth hitheth the fanneth, people backed away like he was a fucking plague. And I think his ego was so fucking massive, he couldn't deal with that. And when he was talking to regular people, I think his ego was so big, he's like, well, I'm somebody important. You should be listening to me. And I think that was his downfall, is because it did nothing but create more turmoil in his brain that was already fucked up.
Yeah, when you already think you're perfect, there's nothing to perfect anymore. So it seems like he just stopped trying. He's like, well, I'm the best. Why do I have to learn new things? And he just decided to fade away into the
he
background.
killed Lana Clarkson. He was with two other girls being aggressive with them, and both of them told him to go piss off, and then he took Lana Clarkson home and killed her.
Yeah.
So do you think the girls thought like there's something going on?
They
And
probably got weird vibes. I would imagine he's just listening to what we've heard of him today. I get weird vibes being around him too.
Yeah.
I get weird vibes listening to him.
And it's interesting that all these years later, the two girls that he was aggressive toward haven't said anything about it.
Well, that was in a video I watched this morning. I don't know the veracity of it, but that was the story, that he had already had a date before. Then he took another date to the House of Blues. She left. And then his third option was this hostess. So, I mean, really, I feel most emotional out of all this for the family of Lana Clarkson and what they had to go through.
Yeah, of course.
It's a shame.
And then him just emphatically denying it and being a piece of shit when it happened in his house with him and a butler. It's crazy. It's your gun, dude, in your house. It's obvious that she was struggling with you.
But he did revolutionize music. His songs are timeless. His songs sound like his songs. Nobody else quite can get his sound. And he perfected the afro. So for that, we should be thankful.
Yeah, I'm thankful for the music that is timeless. There's still jams today. There's no doubt about it.
Lots of great art made by not so great people. Many such cases.
Yeah. And just a weird dude. And I like doing this because you saw the progression. We saw that he was sort of bright-eyed, weird guy early. He was a little aggressive toward his ex-wife. and then just kind of slowly progressed. And the shit hit the fan in what, 10 years, 15 years?
Yeah, one of the first videos we watched was him really being kind of like a captain of a ship in the studio, telling people like he had a vision.
Yeah.
And in 10 years, he went from vision to visionless. It didn't take that long.
Yeah, because he had some early success in like 62, 63. And then he started really having success in the mid to later 60s.
Mm-hmm.
And then got to about 73, 74. And then the shit hit the fan where his success was pretty much done.
Mm-hmm.
He got into a car accident and fucked up his head. And that's his legacy.
1979, he produced Rock and Roll High School by the Ramones. And that's probably the last. I mean, that was a hit. Everybody knows that song. Most people. And I don't know anything he did after that. I'm sure he did something, but I don't know about it.
One-off type thing.
Mm-hmm.
So interesting guy. That it's sad that he didn't appreciate the gifts that he was given.
No. And
was a real piece of shit of a person with an immense amount of talent and the ability to listen to something and know that it's going to be popular and it's going to be a hit.
Yeah. A piece of shit person, according to pretty much everybody
that
gets interviewed about him. They all say the same thing: musical genius, complete asshole person.
Yeah. So it's absolutely crazy where it's like you have all the talent in the world, and as a human being, you're just a complete piece of shit. So, but anyway, I thought this was real fun.
Mm-hmm.
Learned a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, feel like an expert now, Derek.
Yeah, we're an expert in everything.
I'll forget it all tomorrow.
Probably.
But I enjoyed knowing it today.
Well, we always. It's funny as all of our videos sort of like intertwine with each other. So at some point we're gonna bring up Phil Spector when it comes to something.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like,
oh, there we go. We nailed it.
We're not going to remember everything, but we'll be like, oh, yeah, I remember Phil Spector was a piece of shit.
It's true. I'll never forget his hair in the courtroom. And I'll never
I don't
forget.
think his mom loved him at all because he never brought up his parents. It was all about Phil Spector, and that's it. Nobody appreciated him.
And I'll never forget he went out and picked up a couple of twins and brought them home. Children. What a crazy fucking story that is.
They said it the one time, and it was never brought up again. So either CPS came and got those kids, or something happened where those kids are gone.
Well, since we don't know, and since it's kind of up in the air as to what the truth is surrounding that, I'm going to stick with the idea. My head canon is that he just went to a playground and grabbed a couple of kids and brought them home.
Yeah,
because that entertains my brain the most out of all the other options.
I mean,
so
he's
I'm going with
wacky
that.
backy, so we have no idea.
Yep.
We have no idea. But thank you, everybody. Thank you, Keith. I appreciate you, man. I met Keith at another stream yesterday.
Oh, cool.
She watches vintage movies and stuff, and I went in there and everybody was super cool. So I met Keith yesterday. Thank you, Ragin. Thank you. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you, Scorpio. Wherever Scorpio was here earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you, Scorpio. Appreciate you, man.
Elemental pop by.
Elemental pop by. So I appreciate everybody for watching and following. And hopefully you guys, like, I like these streams because I don't know everything there is to know about everything. So we're having conversations. We're learning at the same time. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this and it's not boring. You guys are like, oh, fuck this. It's boring. You know what I mean? Hopefully we try to keep it entertaining and talk about something that's a lot of people doesn't necessarily talk about on YouTube, you know? Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of stuff about Phil Spector, but I don't see too many videos being talked about him and documentary. It's all just little excerpts of a weird dude.
Yep. Usually focused on the murder and not so much some of the things that we touched upon today. Have fun clipping this one, Derek. It's a doozy.
Yeah, it's gonna be a doozy. I appreciate you, Keith.
Later, Keith.
You have a good day.
Thank you.
But thank you, everybody, and we will see you. I don't know. We'll see you sometime this week.
You never know.
And then next Sunday, we have to figure out what we're going to do because I've got a bunch of ideas. It's just like, okay, what do we want to do this Sunday? What do we want to do next Sunday?
Dealer's choice, Derek. So you pick something, and I'll do some prep, and we'll talk about it.
Sweet.
I'm up for anything.
Oh, what's up, Scorpio? Yeah, we're just about done. I was thanking you and everything. I appreciate it, everybody. Thank you so much, everybody, and we will talk to you this week. Bye.
It's high noon. It's high noon.
Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, then you hit your teens.